No thunder. Okay, we're live. Okay, so Demon Wolf, what is your take on hate speech and how that should be affected by the law?
Yeah, I think speech that is clearly intending to incite violence, to like encourage violence, uh, you know, to rile up people to become violent in in response, which assuming that the hate speech used is intended to be like used personally against a group of people, within that the group who's receiving the hate speech towards for them to want to retaliate violently. I think that should be um, that should be regulated to not be allowed. Um, Equal to people reacting violently in response. I think both parties should be held liable. Um,
Okay. Let me give you an example real quick. You can let me know your thoughts, and then I'll have somebody else kind of counter you. But
that's fine.
let's say somebody walks out of a coffee shop and they see an Asian man walking down the street, and they say some insult about whatever type of Asian this person is. And there's, let's say, a police officer's there, hears the whole thing, and caught it all on an audio recording. So there's no argument. It's like no matter what, this guy this guy was saying some slurs to this Asian man. What do you think should happen? Should there be like a legal punishment for the person that's inciting the violence with, or just a person using what might be called hate speech?
Yeah, if it ended up if the Asian person ended up intending to retaliate through violent means, physical violence, um, then if that's what the resulted of the hate speech, I think the Asian person will be held viable, but equally to that, also the person who incited the hate speech to cause the violence to occur should be equally held liable under the law.
Okay, what if there was no fighting though? Would there be a legal element to just using hate speech if there's no violence?
Um if the victim of the hate speech just wanted to like report it, but did not end up being you know retaliating violently,
Hmm.
I think they should have a right to report it and to get the person who's inciting violence to become viable under law. So yes, I would still support to prevent future uh you know to prevent future occurrences where violence and retaliation may occur. So
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Isaac, what do you think of this?
Yeah, in general, I'm pro free speech, and I think that there can and sometimes should be consequences for free speech, but I almost never criminal consequences. I think that it can be like a civil type thing. So, like if I make a lie about your business that I know is a lie and that affects your business, you should be able to come after me in civil court. But I don't think that there should ever be a criminal. Um, and maybe there's some case where I, I I'm wrong here, but I think in most cases there it should be held in civil court, not criminal.
Okay. Eric, what do you think?
Generally, I think that I agree with Demon Wolf on this. I think that there should be consequences. I don't know if they would necessarily be criminal. I just know that there needs to be some disincentive for that, like publicly.
Okay.
I don't really have a lot more to add on that particular thing.
Okay. What if somebody walked out of a coffee shop and saw somebody that holding a Bible walking by, and they call them some insult about like making fun of them for being Christians or something?
Or like
Um,
calling them a Bible thumper when they walk out of
yeah.
the coffee.
would that fall into the category, or are you thinking specifically race or gender only, or is it anything where it's reasonable that somebody would be highly offended?
I think that you can make a case for religious lines, but I don't think it's quite as strong. It would depend highly contextually, religious speaking. Like just calling somebody a Bible thumper doesn't really have the same historical negative context that
Okay, what if they had a
racial
hijab?
slurs and gender is.
Yeah, what if they had a hijab on, and the only comment, it wasn't about their race, it was just about them being Muslim, and it was like a very
Uh,
negative one.
like I said, it's contextual. It would depend pretty heavily because a lot of times it's hard for me to divorce race from that one because a lot of times when people make comments about hijabs or like Muslim things, it's
Mhm.
usually tied to a racial bias. So I
Okay.
mean, if it was completely divorced from that, like I said, it would be contextual. I would need more information to make a decision on that specifically.
Okay. What do you think, Jeff?
I have no problem with hate speech whatsoever, as long as it's not being used to coerce or aggress on other people. Worst case, I think. I mean, like I usually think public ostracization is a great thing. I think sometimes the community can do better than the legal system can at changing behavior or molding behavior. But there should be no law against saying things physically. If you're going to punch someone, that's different. But saying something should never be illegal.
Okay. Jeremy.
Yeah, I really like where Demon Wolf is coming from. My inclination as a consequentialist, seeing a large amount of collateral damage coming out of police and courts and jails, is to think that we should strive to have police involved as rarely as possible. So on the one hand, I don't want police to be getting involved anytime anybody uses a racial slur or other kind of slur, as if that was just a crime in and of itself. I would prefer that, social responses, peaceful responses be used against that sort of person. But on the other hand, like Demon Wolf was talking about, if somebody is using slurs against somebody else, then they're clearly the person who's provoking the fight. And so if the person who's having the slurs used against them retaliates physically, I don't want the person who retaliated to be arrested and charged either. It seems like a very fair, common sense, proportional, sort of response if one person is just for no reason, with no provocation, just starts using slurs against another person, and then the second person pushes them, maybe punches them. That seems like what the person deserves for using that kind of speech, that kind of aggressive speech in the first place.
Okay. Would it be
Then
proportion?
what I would say to Jeffrey is, that doesn't necessarily sound completely libertarian. It's not making a sharp distinction between speech and physical force. But I don't see the key distinction as being between everything that's non-physical and everything that's physical. I see the key distinction as being things that are like locally resolved in a sort of organic, like natural, common sense way. And if you just go up to some black guy and start calling him the N-word, and then he punches you in the face, that seems like a organic, natural resolution to that situation. You got what you deserved. And so to me, the distinction is between things that are resolved locally and kind of naturally, versus things that involve the state coming in with police and courts getting involved. So I would support physical retaliation against hate speech, and I would not want the person who retaliated against hate speech to be charged in the criminal justice system.
Can I respond to that?
Of course.
Well, the non-aggression principle that libertarians swear by is basically, you have no right to physically aggress against me for any reason whatsoever, unless it's personal defense. Words should never be an excuse for someone to use physical violence against someone, and it most definitely would. If that were the law, it would give incentive for people to use violence against people for simply saying bad things or things that they don't like. I think that's completely wild. If that was a law, it would be. Someone needs to mute up. Whose phone's going off? Mute up.
Me. Might be me.
Okay, sorry.
Nope.
Yeah,
Is it?
it's someone who's not muted, and that's probably it was you, Jeremy. Physical violence should never be justified by words. I think, and I don't think
Really?
that someone should be given the right to physically use violence against someone simply because of words. Because then it's like, okay, what words? Who says what words you're allowed to push someone over? Who says, and then like,
really, Jeffrey?
are you
Really,
allowed to kill
any?
them? Are you allowed to kill them or just punch them in the face?
Well, no,
with
that's
their nose?
an obvious slippery slope fallacy.
Yeah,
Any
that's what I'm saying, it's a slippery
any physical response versus any verbal. So a guy who you don't even know comes up to you at the bar and keeps talking trash about your mother's sexual proclivities with no
wouldn't
basis
care.
in reality, and he won't stop.
Wouldn't bother me.
And then what you do in response is like push him away. It's not even causing any significant damage. You're not even punching him. You're going to say that push is the beginning of the aggression.
Yes.
That's just that just completely
Absolutely.
offends common sense.
By the way, I
getting
put the people
offended is
that
something for the
I don't know if you
weak-minded,
guys know,
so-
but I rearranged our order here, and the people that are right are on the top, and the people that are wrong are on the bottom. But
Do
yeah,
you not
let-
consider instigation to be the beginning to an altercation? You don't think that it starts until there's physicality involved?
I don't,
Absolutely.
and I think that's very important. And I'm going to challenge Jeremy on that real quick. Because it really would come down to a handful of things. First of all, how much violence are you allowing, and is it proportional? Like, would you say that this is okay if it's man on man, but not man on woman? Would it depend on the body weight of the person? And also, is it only a race and gender thing, or is it a class thing where it would be like black or Asian, you can't, but it doesn't matter if somebody calls like a white person a cracker, or like it's same with religion. Is it okay to punch somebody that says a negative thing towards a Muslim, but not towards a Christian? And I'm an atheist, by the way, but I'm just trying to use these examples. Like if a petite woman comes up to a 7 foot tall muscular man and calls him the N word and makes fun of his religion and these different things, is he allowed to? Can he just give her one slap to knock her to the ground, or can he not do it because she's petite?
Well, generally, the escalation would start very simply in fights like having work security. Instigation doesn't usually start with a punch. It's usually like a shove. It's like,
Sure,
"Get the
what's
hell away
allowed?
from me." They don't listen, and then you push them away.
I'm not asking about what
That's
usually
generally
happens.
what
I'm
I
asking
draw
about
my
what's
line.
allowed. We get to write the handbook for what our police do in our society. What I'm saying is what's allowed or not allowed for the citizens to do to make you get in trouble or not in trouble. Imagining any scenario we could talk about is on film and the audio's recorded. What are the limits? At what point could somebody slap a petite woman, she falls to the ground and has markings on her face? At what point do we say she had it coming because of what she called that man?
Can I respond?
Well, Carson, I think all of those factors play a role. All of those factors. size and strength and political power and social cultural power, they all play a role in the common sense balance between, you know, reactions that happen to be physical and reactions that happen to not be physical. You know, if you know, I disagree with the common libertarian phrase, you know, your right to swing your fist ends where my nose begins, because if a much larger and stronger person is gesticulating, waving their arms very aggressively in the vicinity of a much weaker person, that is already effectively an aggression.
No, it's not.
You know,
Absolutely not in any way whatsoever.
it's extremely different from the weaker person doing the same thing in the vicinity of the stronger person.
Okay, so let's elaborate on this. So a guy comes up to me and is like, "Your mom's whatever." If that upset me to the point where I punched them, then that's a problem I have with myself and my confidence and my, like, no one should care if someone calls you a name, especially enough to punch them. That's like a total elementary school, preschool reaction to having someone simply say words to you. This is wild. I've never heard this.
Demon Wolf or Isaac, did one of you guys ask to respond?
That was me. That was me.
Oh, that
earlier.
was you. Okay, I thought somebody said they wanted to. Okay. Phil in the comments here says, "Can a Muslim punch someone for insulting the Prophet Muhammad?"
Yeah, that's where the slippery slope. It's like everyone's going to be able to judge when they're allowed to physically aggress on others by what everyone says around them, instead of just living by the non-aggression principle and not physically aggressing against people that don't physically aggress on you.
Fine, Jeffrey, but there's a slippery slope in the opposite direction.
What is that slippery slope? Then?
That slippery slope is that somebody is hurling racial and gendered whatever slurs at somebody.
What would any of that matter?
For no
if you're
reason.
A confident person.
And then, the slippery slope is then, and then the response is to like shove the person away who's been hounding you at the bar and hurling slurs at you for no reason. And then that shove, just that light shove that it's not going to put them in the hospital. It's not going to cause any significant physical harm. But then you're going to call that the aggression.
Bullshit.
That's the other slippery slope. You're going to say that person.
That's not what a slippery slope is, dude.
Well, hold on.
It is.
Let me counter that real quick, and then we'll get somebody else.
Any amount of non-physical interaction is going to automatically be less significant than
words are not
the
aggression.
Tiniest amount of physical interaction.
Hold on.
Words are not aggression unless they're like what Isaac was saying. Someone's lying about your business and people don't go to your business anymore. That's libel. That's slander. That's a different thing.
Aggression if it affects somebody's business?
Can't hear you, bro.
I said, why is it only aggression if it affects somebody's business?
It's not just business, but yeah.
Well, I think what he's referring to is just the idea of slander, libel, like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, where somebody's lies lead to your life being destroyed. Now, I'm actually on the fence, and I actually kind of lean towards it's us citizens who failed and just believed someone like Amber Heard. I think we all need to hear what people say, not call them liars, but also not destroy the person that's being talked about. But let's save libel stuff for later. I want to get Isaac in here to respond to what Jeremy said. Isaac, what do you think of this idea where if somebody's like just up in somebody's face, calling them slurs, saying all this stuff, and they're drunk at a bar, what do you think the right approach is?
I don't think that person should punch the other person. Like
what about
that's still
I think Jeremy was saying something about a slight push isn't a big deal. Do you think a push is a big deal?
I wouldn't, and I think that you should probably avoid physical contact just as a standard principle. But yeah, I think what Jeffrey just said, like talk to the bartender, get that person kicked out if they're causing that big of an issue. I mean, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any repercussions for free speech. I'm just saying that there shouldn't be any criminal repercussions for free speech. So like,
Gotcha.
yeah, the bar should absolutely have the right to get that person out of there. Like they should still, but that person shouldn't go to jail because of what they said.
Yeah,
Nor
yeah.
should they get
gotcha.
punched. Nor should they get
Yeah.
punched or
No.
pushed.
What
Yep.
if the
Yeah.
bouncer is a little bit rough, like taking him out? Where's the line for that aggression exactly? Like if the person being
It's
insulted can't do it
physical
without
and
the
verbal. It's very clear. There's
Well,
a physical and verbal
having a
line
bouncer,
there.
having a bar kick somebody out is always something physical. Always.
No, if
You-
someone's
well, no-
if someone's being a bad customer, a business has a right to kick them out.
Security has
Yeah.
to come and drag them out. That's a
Well, just-
physical altercation.
I'm going to get to Demon Wolf in one sec, but Eric, just what I would say to that is, as an option, if somebody that owns a business says, you are not allowed in here anymore, I want you out, and the person doesn't leave, I don't know exactly how. Well, let's just say, let's ignore the idea of bouncers and security. Let's just say they call the police show up and they say, we want that person removed. The police remove them. There might end up being a physical element to it, but it doesn't have to be a physical element that we're calling a good thing. It would just be somebody breaking the law. If the law says that this person doesn't have to serve this person at their bar, then the police are going to deal with that at that point. But let's hop to Demon Wolf real quick. I want to see how far your opinion on this stretches. So would you say this is only a race thing, or is it race and gender, or is it anything that could offend anyone?
I would say this this could extend to about groups of any social norm, but regarding individual type of I would say it can also be towards individuals, thus become personal between two people. Like if the person holding insults towards the victim of those insults, I think and as a response, the victim of the insults turns to violence and retaliation. I think that the person who turns to violence obviously will be held liable for assault or whatever the charge will end up being. But also I think the person who incited it, they should be held liable for incitement, like a charge of obvious incitement to violence.
Okay.
So
Well,
like
and since those are both separate, like you're saying, whether there's incitement or not, the person that's being physical should be in trouble legally, and then the person that's inciting the violence should also be in trouble. Let's set aside the violence then. Let's just talk about the words. So if somebody called somebody the N-word and it was in an aggressive way, but they didn't touch them and they're 10 feet away, and this is all captured on audio and video, could they go to jail for using the N-word?
That happened to Eric the other day. Remember, Eric?
Hey, hold on. We're not gonna. Nobody say the word actually. But Demon Wolf, what do you think? Should the person go to jail for saying it?
if backlash towards that insult or the hate speech towards the group of people that the insult was halted towards, or the individual that the insult was hauled towards, if they ended up retaliating in a violent manner, so such as to I don't know, to find out, dox the person who halted or hold the insult towards them.
Okay, so the words themselves are not illegal in any form.
Yeah, the words. So the intent of attempting to get a violent reaction in response. I think that's clear case of incitement to violence.
Okay. So it's just the idea that if it seems clear that somebody's trying to start a fight, then then they are in trouble for starting the fight, essentially. Okay, and so this would hold for any type of thing, whether it's somebody making fun of somebody's mom, or somebody calling somebody a cracker, or somebody just saying, hey, you look ugly, want to fight? Like any words and attitudes that can be considered clearly provoking a fight, that would play a role, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that'll play a role.
Okay. And so there wouldn't be any specific hate speech laws for somebody that just does the hate speech and there's no fight. Let's go to Eric real quick then. Eric, do you think there should be any hate speech laws for somebody just saying a thing? Like, what if some asshole just goes into, I don't even know what they're called, but the churches for Jewish people, and they yell some anti-Semitic thing to the whole group, and it's caught on film, and they're just being douchebags. Should they get a week in jail or a day in jail for yelling racist stuff?
I don't know if they should get jail time for it. I think that like intent could be taken into account, whether or not there were threats involved, and then community service could be aligned, or they could just be banned from that area.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't know for sure if there should be jail, but like hate speech laws wouldn't like necessarily entail jail time either. It's just
Okay, but
very
something like they could get community service, or something where they can be told that the government disapproves of the words you used to the people you used them to, so we're going to force you to do something like therapy, anger management. There could be force from the government for using, let's say, racial slurs. Okay.
I'm fine with anger management for those cases for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Jeremy, are you leaning closer to Demon Wolf here, or to Eric? Do you want the words themselves to matter, or is it just the fighting words type thing?
I guess I thought I agreed with Demon Wolf, but I might disagree because he seems to be favoring punishing both people, both the person who clearly provoked with the words, and then the person who retaliated physically. And my interpretation of libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism, it tends toward getting the state involved as little as possible, getting the police involved as seldom as possible. So my inclination is to punish neither of the people, but to regard the person who used the kind of low level proportional physical response to the verbal attacks as just the kind, fuck around and find out. It's if you're gonna go up and just start verbally attacking somebody with slurs, and then they end up pushing you on your ass or giving you a punch, that's the normal, natural, low-level kind of feedback, and the state doesn't need to get involved. The state doesn't need to arrest the person who did this, said the slurs originally, and the state doesn't need to arrest the person who gave the common sense, local, punishment to somebody for those slurs either. And kind of in response to like what Eric is saying, you're talking about like the somebody going into a synagogue and yelling anti-Semitic slurs. I think when I envision what is the best resolution to this scenario, what I envision is some like stronger like guys in that synagogue come up and push the anti-Semite out of the synagogue. He falls on his ass, and then no police get involved.
So wouldn't this promote
like
mentally ill people from getting beat up all the time? Like, wouldn't mental ill people get beat up all the time if you're allowing people to use physical violence against people who are using words? Like this just sounds like a
Mentally
terrible
ill.
idea.
Yeah, so that's an
Yeah,
interesting
like
question.
people with Tourette's,
So-
they'd get beat up all the time because they run around
Yeah, but
cussing.
people with
Like people
Tourette's,
would be like, "Oh, I'm
yeah,
gonna beat
people
that
with
person
Tourette's
up," like,
directly threatening people.
or just
That's the
or just
difference.
leave the law how it is, or leave the rule how it is. Don't use violence against people at all.
Jeffrey, that
Like
seems
you're literally
that seems
changing the law
clearly
to
that seems like a
from let's
clearly
not
less
use
bad,
against
clearly less bad
violence against
situation than
people
a
to
bunch of people going to jail because they responded appropriately, common sense appropriately to people using people aggressing against
words.
them.
Words. It's not aggression. It's not aggression. Using words is not
Very
aggression.
much
That's
the bully and the bullied kid both get in trouble when the bullied
That's
kid fights back
ridiculous.
against the bully. That's what
You
it
could-
feels
you
like.
you're never allowed to punch someone over words. That's absolutely wild.
how about
never
pushing
justified.
somebody?
The problem
Never
is,
How about
justified.
how about grabbing someone's arm?
Never
Yeah.
touch someone.
yeah,
for words.
that's the problem. Like
I
I
can't. So
You
so
wait until they touch you, then
white
you
guy
touch
goes
them.
up to white guy goes up to the black
Oh,
guy and he's
just
calling
let
somebody the
somebody-
N word
Doesn't matter.
repeatedly. He's talking
Black
about his
guy
mother.
shouldn't
And then
care.
black
Hold
guy,
on,
black
hold on,
guy
hold
Black
on.
goes
guy
to
Let's
shouldn't
let-
care that
let's
some
let Jeremy
other
finish.
saying words.
hold
to
on.
him.
3 of you guys are talking at the same time. Jeremy, what were you saying about a black guy?
Jeremy's
No,
been
it's
talking a
fucking-
lot.
It's fucking ridiculous that the tiniest amount of physical contact would count as more severe.
That is a provocation.
Than the
That
most
is escalating.
extreme. Than the
That is
most
an
extreme
escalation.
language. No, that
word.
Once you take it
completely
from words
violates
to being
any kind of
physical,
common sense.
That's an escalation. You escalated it.
No.
You escalated
Not a
a
problem.
conversation into a
Okay.
physical, violent
No,
conversation.
escalation implies a greater level of degree.
Well,
The idea that somebody who won't let somebody
Bullshit.
go and keeps shouting slurs at them.
Who cares
Uh,
about slurs? Why
no,
would you
because-
care?
no,
Jeremy,
no.
you're a piece of shit.
Yeah,
You could get mad.
not
when I
somebody
say
who's
that.
had to,
Jeffrey,
like,
I don't
actually
know you.
deal with it.
That's not an
I don't know you enough
escalation.
to know you're a piece of shit. So why would you get upset by that? That's ridiculous.
Grabbing someone by the arm.
That's a
is
infantile reaction.
It's
to
not.
an
It's
adult
not
situation.
categorically more severe than
It's an
yelling the
infantile
worst
reaction
possible
to an
words
ad-
you can at somebody.
Then we
hold on,
should go
hold
to
on.
war for other countries because they talk shit about
Come on,
us.
man. Seriously.
It's the same
okay,
thing.
well, hold on, hold on.
Come back to common
That's
sense.
where that
Don't
leads
just
to.
jump
That
the war.
mentality
Well,
leads to that.
No,
Here,
it
I'm
does
going to point
not.
out why I agree and disagree
I'm
with Jeremy
evidence
here.
that it does not.
I
That's
agree
fucking
and
bullshit.
disagree with Jeremy here. I disagree at how we should view and play out society, but I agree with Jeremy that if that's how society was set up, then that's what it would be. If in our society, like right now, I feel like we recognize in our society, violence is not acceptable. And so therefore we view violence as worse than words, in my opinion, from what I view. But if in our society, we knew that the law was on the side of people that, that punch back when words were said, then our society, and I don't mean our fake society, I just mean in real life, if it was known that you're legally allowed to punch somebody that says a slur to you, then our society would view the words as mattering and being aggressive. Now, I don't think we should. I think that's a bad idea, but I think that's why Jeremy is right, that it's not that one thing or another thing is more or less aggressive. It depends on how our society views it, and each person can view that differently.
So trans people could punch anyone who misgenders them, Jeremy.
Misgendering
Anyone who
isn't the
misgenders
same.
them, they can punch them. It's okay. It's legal.
It's not even
Um,
similar.
No,
Unless it's a malicious act,
because-
you know?
No, but that trans person could take that as an offensive word and get violent because the state is allowing them to do that. Why would you ever
Yeah,
allow
this is your kind of
violence in
ridiculous
society, you guys? That's
Yeah.
absolutely
Well,
wild.
let's let Jeremy answer that real quick. I'm curious. So if somebody calls somebody the N-word in an
Well-
aggressive way, it could deserve a punch. But if somebody like sees somebody that they can guess is trans and just say like ma'am or sir in a very aggressive and negative way, would it be the same to you?
that's the common sense, because that quote unquote
Not common
misgendering.
sense. Absolutely not common sense.
Well, hold
you
on.
let me
Let's
answer?
let's let Jeremy
That-
answer.
That quote unquote misgendering is, I mean, the way that Carson just framed it is it kind of like in an innocent accidental way, but even if the person said, hey, I respect your freedoms, but I just can't, like Jordan Peterson. I my own beliefs just don't allow me to call you she, so I'm going to call you he. This kind of like intellectual disagreement that doesn't justify the trans person punching the other person in the face, but that's just obviously radically different from somebody who goes up to a bar and says, hey, we don't want you in here, you N-word, you filthy, disgusting, N-word, over and over. And then finally, like the black guy, like just like pushes him back, like slightly, not even injuring him, but just contacts him.
We've been through this. And we understand.
But no, to say that very minor, non-injury causing level of physical interaction is categorically worse than that very extreme level of verbal slurs is crazy. And that's not
crazy. Once that guy pushes those guys, they're going to beat the shit out of him. They just escalated. Like,
well, okay, so
have you ever been in a fight before, dude?
Well, here's my concern. Okay, here's my concern.
Jeremy and Jeffrey.
I'm gonna mute Jeremy. I'm gonna mute Jeremy and Jeffrey. Jeremy, you're muted. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. Okay, I got to ask a question. Jeremy, what if you and Jeffrey right now were outside of a bar and you guys were having this conversation there, and then when you call it crazy, what he's saying, so essentially calling him crazy, if you viewed that as not enough to be fighting words, but Jeffrey's all like, fuck you, you called me crazy, he punches you in the face, would you feel that it's up to him to decide that that was fighting words enough? Or what would happen if you wanted to punch him back? Would it be now that there was, you called him crazy, he punched you, you punched him, would now he be able to punch you back?
It's up to it's up to common sense and the idea that the very smallest amount of physical interaction is consequentially worse than the most extreme amount of verbal interaction is ludicrous. It completely violates common sense. You can hurt someone with words. You can aggress upon someone with words at the most extreme level, much more severely than the most minor physical level, like a push on the shoulder. And what Jeffrey, what this kind of like libertarian mentality is all about is, it's the same old deontological bullshit. It's making things simple.
Hold on. Let me clarify a little further.
Instead of searching for truth about the reality of different kinds of interaction, which is complex. Truth is complex. I agree. You make things simple by making this very simple line. Anything non-physical is fine. Anything physical is categorically worse. It's simple. Okay, it's simple. It's easy. It makes the answers easy. You can answer any question easily, but it doesn't accord with common sense, and it's bullshit.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let's say you call him crazy in public. He punches you in the face. And then you punch him in the face because he punched you in the face. Now, let's say because of this fighting happening, he punches you like 10 times over and over. He's just on top of you. He's winning this fight. There's no way you can come back. Blood's everywhere. And then like a police officer pulls him off of you. But you're like all bloodied up or whatever. I know you don't want the police to interact or whatever. But at this point, did he aggress more than you, and therefore should he be in some kind of trouble, or do you just both go home and sleep it off?
Probably.
Sleep it off.
What Jeffrey wants to, the position that Jeffrey wants to advocate is that person A, white guy goes up to person B, black guy, and starts calling him the N-word and attacking. No, listen. Like person A,
black, white, it shouldn't matter. You should never be able to use violence against anyone for anyone.
Just let me finish my thought experiment, okay? Person A goes up to person B unprovoked, starts verbally using a bunch of slurs, talking everything about him, and then person B says, "Fuck you, man," and
are you repeating the same thing over again?
No, not quite.
This is like the fifth time you guys have explained this.
Not quite. Person B,
Cut
in
him off.
response to these like repeated slurs, shoves person A in the shoulder, and then person A says, "I've been aggressed against. Now I'm in self-defense mode," and fucking punches and beats the fucking pulp out of person A, the original person who used all of the, so the person who was the target of the slurs. So you have all of these verbal slurs, and then person B initiates the physical interaction, initiates the physical force by a little shove, and he doesn't even throw a punch. He's just like calling me the N-word. That's not cool, man. Fuck you. And he just like pushes him. And then the same guy who is using the slur says, "Well, now I've been aggressed against. Now I can retaliate." And then just punches and kicks the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna say that the person who gave the first shove is the aggressor?
Yeah,
That is
that sounds
insane, dude.
Not
Well, does it matter though? Aren't you saying that whether it's words or slight pushes, that if somebody is willing to be aggressive verbally or physically, then it's okay for all of them to?
I got a question. Jeremy, what is this push doing? What is this push doing in your head? It's stopping the aggressor? You're saying they should be allowed to push them. What's this push doing? What are you accomplishing by pushing this person?
You want to say it's escalating, but it's not escalating relative to.
That's not what I asked. I asked, what are you accomplishing by pushing someone who's saying words?
I think, well, okay, what you're accomplishing is you're giving some appropriate feedback to the level of aggression that was contained within the words that were addressed to you.
Why wouldn't you meet that aggression with other vocal aggressionness, other words?
You might.
Like, hey, guess what? Oh, you called me a fag? Guess what? I'm not a fag. I don't give a shit. Like,
like some people
are you that sensitive? You can't have
some
someone
people
say
like you and me are more verbally skilled. Some people like you and me our power. We have much more verbal power to hurt than other people. And there are people other than us.
Can you talk someone to death? Can you verbally assault them to death?
I can inflict a lot of suffering upon people.
No, you can't. No,
I did. I did.
Only the person can let those words.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna pause you guys real quick and let Demon Wolf share some thoughts.
Really?
So let's say that person A comes up to person B to their face and starts hurling insults to them, and person B, I guess lacks the defense to hurl insults back or to defend themselves.
They can't just walk away.
Let's say even if they walked away, the person A just kept on hurling insults, so basically continuously bullying them.
Yeah, like following them.
Yeah, following and bullying.
Okay.
And it ends up being.
Yeah, so no, that's a fair question, and this is the first thing I discovered when trying to test my levels of freedom of speech. My wife challenged me with the idea of what if somebody was standing outside of a mall, and as people walked out, they would just like yell things at them, and so they don't really have an opportunity to. They basically have to accept being in this area where they're insulted. I think this is where something like harassment laws come in place. It's not the words themselves. You can sit at a coffee shop and say the worst, most horrible things out there. But if you follow somebody, I think it really comes down to once you feel like somebody's harassing you, following you, stalking you, if you go to a playground and they come within 5 feet of you and they're calling you insults and slurs and stuff, and then you go and you place like a restraining order or something, then somebody can be told, okay, we have discovered that you keep going up to this person and harassing them. you can say whatever you want, but you can't follow these people and intimidate them. So if we catch you doing that within range of them, you will be legally charged for harassment, not for the fact of whatever word. Because you could go up to somebody and say, I love you, over and over in the most aggressive way possible, but you're intimidating and you're really close and you follow them home. So it doesn't matter. In my mind, it wouldn't matter if it's hate speech or love speech. There's a separation of harassment, but I'm not sure. Isaac, what are your thoughts on that?
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that the words themselves are what should be punished. It should be the behaviors that accompany the words. So yeah, because yeah, if you go and call someone an N-word and then that person just walks away, I don't think either person should get punished in that instance. And I think that society will already be looking down on that person, and they'll receive other consequences for their actions. So I don't think they should need to get arrested for that.
Okay.
This is
Demon Wolf,
another good situation to be armed in too. I mean, it's another good argument for always being armed.
Demon Wolf.
Yeah,
So
I
what are your
agree,
thoughts? What are your
I
thoughts?
agree with the armed part. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
Like if you tell someone you're armed who's screwing with you, they're probably not going to do anything.
That de-escalates a lot of
People who
situations.
need it, they'll still
I
keep going. Like,
Let me go back to Demon Wolf real quick, and then I'll go to Eric. So after what me and Isaac said about the situation you brought up, what are your thoughts on that?
Let's say that person A, let's say that person A, out of a distance, whatever the restraining order distance is outside of the distance required to still be legally allowed to harass the person that they're following within, and attempt to just continuously hurling insults at them, and then finally person B reacts in order to shut them up, comes up to them and knocks them out. Would you say that the person B is only liable to legal action against them?
Yeah, so I would think that the restraining order would have to be something that would remove that ability to keep harassing. So it would have to be something like if they come in within 50 feet of them, then, or maybe 100 feet, within 100 feet of them, then they'll get arrested. They'll get arrested for coming in within range.
Let's say hypothetically they were able to still harass outside of that range.
Oh yes, okay. No, that's a fair point. So if let's again, for sake of best argument, let's imagine this is all caught on film and audio, so nobody can be lying. If somebody's being harassed, like somebody's following somebody and they're really close to them and they're just saying weird things to them about how much they love them, but they're harassing, then if they do a restraining order and now legally they can't be within range of them, but they come in range of them and the police aren't showing up yet and they're still in range and they're really close and the person's kind of freaked out, I would say that it would be reasonable, especially once the restraining order's filed, if the person comes in range and the police haven't come to apprehend them yet, that at this point it is acceptable to be violent with them because they have legally already been notified that you can't come in contact with them. So yeah, I would side with that.
I got a question for Jeremy. So I guess my question is, how does the medium of the speech affect your thoughts here? So like, let's say, somebody's insulting someone over text and then and just keeps going over and over and over and over. And then that person just gets fed up with it and gets in their car and drives over to where that person is and beats them up, right? Or punches them or pushes them. So does that still change? Do you still think that the person that was texting the insults instigated the conflict here?
Oh, yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, in general, I want to make clear that I'm not saying that in general speech is as bad as physical interaction or physical conflict. I'm just saying that there's an overlap. I'm saying that the worst speech is clearly more harmful than the most minimal physical interaction, you know? So obviously in general, you know, physically attacking someone is worse than verbally attacking them or attacking them in text over the internet. But there's an overlap. That my claim is just that there's an overlap, you know? So it's like, yeah, and so I don't regard anything physical as inherently being an escalation from anything non-physical. There's just an overlap, you know. If I'm out and I have I have a gun with me, you know, I'm carrying, and then I witness some white guy with swastika tattoos, you know, just like you know, I'm creating the most.
Why does it matter what race or anything? Like
you know, it matters, Jeffrey. It matters.
None of that matters. Absolutely
yeah,
doesn't matter.
It matters because I'm trying to hold your absolutist categorical claim to its most extreme example.
Okay.
So I'm going to
you can
say,
finish, Jeremy.
I'm going to say
Swastikas.
there's this white supremacist, tattooed, swastika tattooed looking guy, and he's just like verbally attacking this black guy who's clearly just trying to mind his own business, you know, and then finally the black guy initiates the physical contact by like pushing him, and then there's a fight, and then now they're both like fighting, and either one of them could potentially end the other's life. You know, it's a very serious physical fight.
This is what you want to happen in every altercation where someone is yelling at someone.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you
with
if I'm going to use my gun to shoot one of those two people, who should it be? And
you
if you're
should
gonna
not shoot either of them. Why would you
Okay.
shoot people for fighting?
Okay.
That's crazy.
I agree.
I'll
I
answer-
agree. I agree.
Like,
I agree.
What
But
are you talking about?
I agree, Jeffrey. I agree.
Well, no.
Jeffrey, I
Hold on.
agree that the best resolution is not to shoot either
Yes.
of them.
Here's
But
the thing.
if I was gonna say who is the aggressor here, who I should neutralize,
This isn't
should it
even
be
who we're talking.
the
This
guy
isn't what
who
we're
pushed
talking about
first?
anymore, though,
should it be
Jeremy.
the guy who pushed first, or should it be the guy
Let's
who
stay on-
instigated
Yeah.
the entire situation
I
with
want-
his aggressive language?
I want to answer your question, and then I want to bring Phil into this. So what I would say is, if instead of you having a gun, you just happen to be the ruler of this society, and you watch this play out, and you get to decide the outcome, I would say that in my mind, you, so it would be me, would decide that whoever started the first physical element should be in jail. I think it does not matter. The only time, if there is proper cause for self-defense, then being physical is perfectly fine. Being verbally horrible sucks. It can cause a lot of mental distress. There can be a way worse outcome from a lot of verbal things, way worse than the minor physical things like barely pushing somebody. But it's a lot harder to try to regulate speech because everybody gets offended by various different things. So I agree with you that one person might be a worse human for using certain language than another person for shoving. But in a good society where you can feel safe, it would be anything physical unwanted, especially something we could call violence, I would say has to be out. I have this talk with my brother all the time where if we're at a bar and he starts a fight with somebody and then that person starts beating the shit out of him and that person's winning, I don't step in to help my brother, and he hates that. But he started it. He was the one that got physical. And that's what that is. But Jeremy, you can respond to that if you want, but either that or not. We'll have Phil go next.
People should just have carte blanche to abuse people in public without like social repercussions.
Both
Physical repercussions
verbally,
happen
yeah.
because of the way people react to those things.
Wait, hold on, Eric. Let me have Phil hop in here just because he got here, and then I'm going to have Eric go next because I might have forgot about Eric earlier when he was going to go next. So yeah, Phil, what's up?
Well, I came in because actually I'm on the fence when I hear the next good argument, I sort of feel like I'm on that person's side now. And then I hear the other argument, I feel like that I'm on that person's side. And that's the sign of a good discussion. Now, not all of the arguments have been like that, but, I think what you're saying, Carson, makes sense, that there may be utility in simply, for the exact reason you laid out, saying that everyone needs to understand that they cannot take words seriously, right? And that's going to prevent a lot of, a lot of risk of escalation. And I don't mean the shove as an escalation, but risk of that escalation, that once it becomes physical, then it becomes a worse shove, and then a punch, and then a knife gets pulled. If we have that hard barrier between speech and physical altercation, there might be some utility to that, but I can't help but feel like this is a little ridiculous. Like, I've been bullied in the past in my life, and my response is like a little shove. And like, I remember there was this whole group of kids following me, like just mocking me. In this case, they actually were throwing ice balls and stuff too. But even if they weren't, for me, just to not have to still be considered by the law and by the school and by everyone else in the right to like shove my way past, it's offensive to the common sense. So I don't know where I stand, but I think I'm leaning a little more towards Jeremy.
Okay, well, so what if you were the
Can I
police
say something
officer?
to Phil right here?
Yeah, go for it.
Phil, just real. Phil.
Oh, did I lose you?
Oh, I think he froze up, or he's standing
Breaking up.
perfectly still.
I hear.
Jeremy, what's up?
So,
Talk, Jeremy.
oh, okay.
We can hear you.
So Phil, you're a pretty big guy, right?
Yeah,
You're a
6'3",
big guy as a kid.
300 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a little guy. I was really little as a kid, and so I'm speaking as a little guy who's apologetic for the realization that I did bully people with my words. And so I do realize that I hurt the big guys. I wasn't only someone who was occasionally hurt by them, but I was someone who hurt them as well. And so, I'm coming from that, non-self-serving position.
Self-serving. What do you mean?
And I'm saying
You feel this way because of your situation.
I'm
That's
saying
an
that if a big
anecdotal
guy,
reason for
I'm
needing-
saying
like,
that if a
you have
big
any-
guy who wasn't as good with words as I was incredibly hurt by my most brutal verbal bullying, decided to respond to me not by like beating me to a pulp, but just by like pushing me into the wall as he walked away, then
That's not.
he was not the fundamental
Yeah.
aggressor in that situation just because he initiated the physical contact.
Yeah,
He was
I think
using
the problem.
he was
Absolutely
using
is.
the abusive power that he had. I was using the abusive power that I had, and there is not a categorical distinction between the physical and the non-physical. It
Jeremy,
depends
do you have
on
any
the
studies that back up your idea that words can be worse than violence? Like, is there
The
anything
racism
behind
in
why
high
you
school
think that?
compared to cyberbullying compared to actual
Well,
physical bullying?
Can't hear you, dude. You need to
You
like
know.
get closer to your mic or something.
Jeffrey, there's
I have
a
Bluetooth
there's a
headphones with
bias.
an angle on my- Can you hear me better now?
Well, hold on. Let me just ask Jeremy something based directly on what he just said. The problem I hear in this situation is if we find something acceptable, like you said, like not beating to a pulp, but pushing against a wall, then we have to accept that that's acceptable. We'd have to accept that being verbally bullied to a certain degree leads to acceptability of pushing against a wall. Therefore, if 99 out of 100 times you get pushed against a wall and then you're like, oh man, that kind of hurt, then that's acceptable. But also the person that gets pushed into the wall and their head hits the cement really hard and they get a concussion, those have to all be equally fine. You can't just say that this push is acceptable, but if the outcome from the push is really bad, then the person went too far. That's why I think we should tell our kids, no matter what anybody says to you, don't get violent. Learn to fight back if you get physically harmed, but don't just be mad that somebody made fun of your mother and push them into a wall, risking that their head is going to hit cement.
We should also tell our kids not to verbally abuse others
1000%.
because it leads to
not
all sorts of other
realistic.
self-harm, even suicide.
Self-harm and suicide.
We should tell people
You
to
don't
not
have
be
to be
verbal
physical to
bullies,
do that.
like I probably was in middle school and high school.
Gotcha. Okay. Phil, did you want to respond to anything you heard? And then after that, we'll go right to Eric.
I will just say that I'm surprised that Jeff asked for some kind of source or something to back up the assertion. That words can be worse than physical. Because the worst words, I would think we all agree that the worst kind of, not just words, but being embarrassed in public by someone screaming in your face. This is all much, much worse than the lightest shove. Right. And that seems incredibly obvious. But what I would still agree that there's maybe some room to just still say it doesn't matter that it's worse, that there's just utility in understanding that we should have an important firewall between speech and physical force. Right. Because physical force can be so much worse, there might be utility in having a norm that you never respond to words with physical force. And nothing in that principle suggests that the worst words are still not as bad as the lightest physical force. That to me seems crazy. And all we have to do is ask everybody, would you rather be humiliated in public and having people scream at you or a light shove?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think Phil is 100% right, and that's the part I agree with Jeremy on. But if I were to choose, would I rather it be illegal to say the worst things humanly possible, talk about how amazing Hitler is to some 5-year-old Jewish girl? I would rather that than somebody legally get away with a slight shove. But as far as the law goes, but as far as what's worse, what I dislike more when I look back at it a day later, I think the person saying I love Hitler to a 5-year-old Jewish girl is the worst person, but who I want the police to do anything to, depending on how close the person was to the 5-year-old girl, only the person that shoved. But yeah, Eric, let's have Eric hop in here and then maybe Demon Wolf right after that. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, I just want to make sure before I talk that you guys can hear me better. If not, I'm just going to switch over to my phone mic.
Yep, I can hear
Am
you
I
now.
coming through
Earlier I couldn't, but you're good right now.
I just have to rotate my headphones a certain way so the mic can actually read because they're cheap ass headphones. So cyberbullying is one of the most prevalent things, especially with social media, and they lead people who get cyberbullied lead to self-harm more than being physically bullied. It leads to suicides. It can lead to insane self-image problems that can affect you late into adulthood. Being hit in high school is one thing. And it can still lead to problems as you get older, but different kinds of problems. Being constantly bullied when you're younger can lead to problems that you need therapy for years for. People it can have a longer, worse impact on people. And to what the idea that it's childish to respond that way, yeah, maybe it is. But physicality comes when people get upset. When your adrenaline starts going and you start seeing red, you might do something, especially in a bar setting. But I think it's ridiculous to say that somebody who shoves someone because they're being verbally abusive towards them is in the wrong is just a bold-facedly ridiculous statement.
It's absolutely wrong. It's totally stupid.
At the end of the day, it sounds a lot like in high schools where they have a no tolerance policy where you could get beat up every day, but if you fight back, you both get in trouble. It's ridiculous. People need to be able to defend themselves. Walking away doesn't always stop the confrontation. It usually doesn't, as a matter of fact.
Wait, just to clarify, sorry to cut you off, Eric. You've just given me permission in the past. I'm going to cut you off. Just to clarify, would you say that teachers should accept if somebody fights back against verbal in high school and middle school? Should the kids be told, if somebody says something to you, come and let a teacher know? Or is it best to say, if it's bad enough and we catch it on camera, we can prove that you were bullied enough verbally? Should a high schooler and middle schooler be encouraged to fight back physically?
it's not an encouragement thing. Like, yeah, you should be encouraged to talk to the teacher about it. But if it's a long-term thing, or if it's enough,
should it be
like,
accepted?
coaching, if the faculty won't do anything, then you shouldn't get in any trouble for eventually defending yourself.
Interesting.
Like, that's why I dropped out of high
Okay.
school, because this kid
Can I
followed me
answer-
around for 2
can I answer
years
the-
trying to start fights with me.
Yeah, Jeffrey
and,
wants
like,
to.
getting dumped, and I dropped
Okay.
out because they wouldn't do anything. A lot of times the schools don't really care.
I'm going to try to help you guys not talk over each other, but yeah, Jeffrey wants to respond to Eric.
No, to Phil.
Or sorry,
Phil was wondering why I asked for
okay, sorry,
scientific data. Yeah. So I asked for scientific data because when we're making laws for billions of people, millions of people, we need to actually use instead of just arbitrary stuff, we actually have to use science and things like that to have the best outcome. So I don't believe there's any science saying that that if you're on the street, someone coming up to you and spreading and spitting profanity at you is going to make you mentally ill or have some sort of, like, if I'm on the street and someone comes up and insults my mom, I'm gonna laugh at them. I'm not gonna go cry and like commit suicide like this guy's saying. But I if we need to actually look at like facts and science and stuff when we make laws, instead of just like, oh, I feel that, sometimes violence should be okay. If someone's saying mean things to you, you should be able to punch them. You're gonna be a lot of people. You're gonna have a lot more fist fights going on in our society because people are gonna be judging what actually is offensive and not. I would way rather just have no violence whatsoever. Or just a society where people in public don't let things like that happen. Someone runs up to a black guy and starts hurling N-words at them. That guy shouldn't care. Like, he shouldn't care. Like,
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's I totally agree that when you're making laws for millions of people, you need to have science behind you. My point was that I just thought it was incredibly obvious that there is some overlap, right? So in other words, there is
in a very small percentile case
Yeah, but
of cases. Only, like, people that offended that it's gonna ruin their life that someone says some random baseless stuff at them. That there's a whole mental health issue going on right there. That's not this guy's problem who's yelling. And then, like, why would you be embarrassed if some crazy person's screaming at you? That's the person that should be embarrassed. You should be like, whoa, can you people control this guy so I can leave, or call some sort of security, call something, but just like this, I'm going to push back and somehow that's going to make it all better. And I should be justified to do that when it's obviously going to escalate the situation is just absolutely ridiculous.
Ruining someone's life is not a goalpost that I'm interested in at all. Like, ruining someone's life.
A few words would never ruin someone's
Hold on.
life.
Let's let Phil finish.
It's not a goalpost that I'm going for. It's not anything that I'm trying to prove or argue is relevant in any way. So what I'm saying is that the worst words are something that obviously can be worse than the lightest physical force.
Give me an example then.
Okay.
Give me an
well, we've already it's what we've already gone over. It's
all
like
these examples have been terrible. You need to give me a good example.
Okay.
In my opinion, like, only a family member who knows something about you can really hurt you hard with words. They'd have to really know.
Hold on. Everybody's different. Different people are hurt by different things. Clearly, there are humans.
So we should just allow everyone to punch each other for bad.
No, we're not talking about hurting worse than a punch. We're talking about how can somebody with words hurt you more than a light tap on the shoulder? That's
exactly. I mean, how is that a bad example?
Very easily.
What does the light tap on
you
the
can hurt
shoulder
someone
do?
with words
Who's tapping
than a
people on the shoulder?
No,
you went from
push.
punching to
Yeah, a
pushing
push,
to
a
tapping
push,
on
a
the
push
shoulder
away.
now.
Hold on, let me
very
escalating
easily
your
hurt
position
someone
right
with
let me
words
give
before
a
my eyes.
let me
More
give
than
an
a tap on the shoulder,
let me
a
try
push
to
on
give
the
an
shoulder.
example.
I think Jeffrey is incapable of letting someone else speak.
Let me try
I'm
to give
muted up right now. What are you talking about?
Let me try to give an example real quick. Like, so if somebody knows that somebody's mom just died and they go up to that person and talk about how horrible their mom was and their mom was a slut and slept with everybody in town, whatever. Like something like that can be
That's a very
emotional.
different situation than what we're talking about. Everyone's
We-
talking about someone walks up to you on the street and starts hurling.
Or you know what, Jeff, you could actually let Carson finish his point.
Dude, you keep mumbling in between everything everybody's saying.
Well, hold on. Okay, let's stop. But yeah, so if somebody went up and said something to that, like the point is that that's more emotionally harmful to that person than a slight push is physically harmful to the person they're pushing. But that I think we can recognize that while hopefully one day everybody in the world agrees with me that we should only make one of these things illegal. It shouldn't be illegal to tell somebody that their dead mom was a slut. It should just be very fucking frowned upon. But it should be if somebody pushes me slightly, no matter what reason it is, I feel fine punching them directly in the face. And if they keep coming at me and it all started by their slight push of me, I will take as much force as I need to defend myself against the force that came at me. And I don't care if I started the words, they started the words. And it's just like, that's how I think legally things should be. If everything was caught perfectly on camera, you can never control what somebody's going to emotionally feel. I don't think.
Yes, but the overwhelming majority of people are emotionally stable and don't get manic, like psychotically affected by someone saying random things to him. And like your example, Carson, is not the example these guys were giving this whole time.
Well, I
And
think
that's exactly what I was
come
saying.
on,
You have
man.
to- you have to
It's
have
not
some
it's
sort
not
of
psychotically it's not
I do
psychotically
have
triggered
an idea that
to
I'd like
push
to
someone
extrapolate
away
on
when
that.
they're shouting slurs at you.
Why do you want to push so much, Jeremy? I don't get it.
That's-
What is this push accomplishing that
nobody
you feel is
saying
so important?
regards that as psychotic to very mildly
No,
initiate
But
physical
both of
interaction
you are
against
saying
somebody
that
who's
if someone says
verbally
something
assaulting
mean to you, that it's gonna really affect you negatively.
No,
Well,
dude, you don't
something
understand.
doesn't
You don't
have
even
to-
understand your own arguments, let alone someone else's arguments.
God
Jeff.
damn it.
Look, the
It
point
doesn't have
is,
to-
You
The-
can't
the point
punch
is-
people over words, you guys. Give me a fucking break.
All right, hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on.
yeah, but he can't even concede, right? He wants a study to prove that the
Show me a
worst
study.
possible.
Why would I concede to your words,
Okay,
you guys' words?
Jeffrey, let's stop cutting off. But let me since you already cut off, I'll follow up with the cutoff because I want to challenge you, Jeffrey. Even though I agree with a lot of what you're saying,
Me
I
whenever you
personally-
want, Carson.
I
I'm
I personally wouldn't care if there was a billion studies. If we agreed on who the professionals were of psychology, if 99% of them said that words are more harmful than violence, I wouldn't care about a goddamn study. Everybody has their different levels of what emotionally affects them. So
Okay,
that's
I
why it seems clear to me that I don't care about any study. What should be law is physical and verbal, not law. And that's just a stance of mine.
Yeah.
Again, I do want to reiterate, I agree with Phil and Jeremy that if you ranked every verbal thing on a spectrum and every physical thing on a spectrum, the least harmful physical things are way less harmful than the most impactful verbal things. I just haven't been convinced to put that into law.
Fair enough. That's what you wanted a study to prove, Jeff.
Huh?
That's what you
I
wanted a
wasn't
study to
saying
prove.
it was impossible to get your feelings hurt by someone saying words to you. I'm saying we shouldn't base our society off this lower percentile that actually gets offended that much.
Yeah,
that
and what you're saying right now is not relevant to what Carson just
and
said.
every circumstance is different, Phil. And now you're interrupting me.
Yeah, I'm intentionally interrupting you now
every
because you're
circumstance
just
is different.
changing the subject
Just
and you're
like
not even
Carson's
conceding what you
circumstance
should have
was a lot more
conceded previously.
reasonable than
Like,
Eric
this is what
and
I meant
Jeremy.
when I said that you don't even understand your own argument.
Okay, so Jeffrey, are you
Any day of the
saying
week
now?
we can live stream on anything I believe in. Any day of the week we can go.
I'm not
all
going to
day
live
long.
stream with someone who's fundamentally dishonest.
Well, okay.
Okay,
But
Jeffrey, real quick, are
Ad
you
hominem attack? You lost.
Jeffrey,
No,
real
it's
quick?
it's not an ad hominem. An ad hominem is when instead of arguing against your point, I argue against you as an individual. Giving you an explanation as to why I'm not going to live stream with you is not an ad hominem, right? You don't even know what these. It's like when you were talking to V and you accused him of like an appeal to authority because he likes authority.
I haven't said appeal to authority on any live stream with any of these people.
Okay, hold on. Let's pause there.
don't know what you're
Jeffrey,
talking
real
about.
quick. I just want to see because Phil's curious if you're going to concede to this idea or not. Do you concede to even with the right amount of studies? That still doesn't change, right? Like you are with me on words should not be illegal, correct?
When I asked Jeremy to prove with science his position, that's completely okay for me to do that.
Yeah,
Why
no,
would
that's
I
fine.
to something because I'm
You
asking
could want
him-
it proven, but the question
Fine.
is, would there be any amount of information that would make you want words to be illegal?
Can I just ask? I just want to ask Jeffrey what
You know my position, Carson.
position?
I
Okay.
don't think
position
words
of
should be
mine-
illegal.
What,
Like,
what
I've
is
never
the,
said
Okay,
that
cool.
shit.
Jeffrey, what is the position of mine that you want me to prove with science?
You said that. Well, you're saying we should make laws based off of your feeling that most of the time these words are really negatively affecting everyone that's being talked
He
shit
doesn't
to.
even understand his own argument. That was not
No,
what you
I
wanted
did-
him
I
to
said-
prove.
I said-
What you wanted
I
him
said
to
no
prove.
such thing.
Interrupt
what
me.
you
no
wanted
such
him
thing.
to prove,
Interrupt
Jeff,
me
was
again.
that yeah, I get it. What you wanted him to prove is that you'd have to find out: is it true that for the most of the population, are there words that are worse? Right? Are there words that are worse than the lightest possible physical force?
That
Okay,
was
hold on.
never
Let's
a
put a pin in
position
that.
I
Exactly,
said.
exactly.
Eric's
And
been
Jeffrey,
holding his
I
hand
Straw
up
take-
man.
here.
You're all straw man
Hold on.
right now.
Hold on.
I
I'm
take
gonna
an
mute.
anti-state-
We can rewind the tape because
I
that's
take
what
an
you said.
I'm gonna
anti-state
mute
position.
Jeffrey and Phil and Jeremy real quick. Eric's had his hand up for a while, and I noticed that because Jerem put it in the chat that Eric had his hand up. Eric, what's up? Talk close to your mic.
I'm trying to work on cutting people off so that I
Okay.
figured hand would work. So I just had a thought that, like, if we live in a society where it's carte blanche to just come up and like verbally assault people, this wouldn't be isolated incidents. It would just happen more often because there wouldn't be anything stopping people. I see people coming to my gas station throwing slurs at people, and they never do it again if there's a physical altercation because they push somebody to do it. But when you give people carte blanche, you'll just get people who just do it because they know that there's no repercussion for it. Like it's not going to be isolated incidents where, oh, somebody should walk away because somebody said something to him one time. It wouldn't be a one-time thing. It would start happening more and more as shithead people start to realize that it's easier and easier for them to just get away with it, because if anybody retaliates, the other person will get in trouble, and it'll empower some of the grossest, worst people in our society.
Mm-hmm. Eric, how do you feel about this? What if the person throwing the slur out also was the stronger person, and then the person that got the insult said to them pushes them, and then the one that said the slur, now that they've been pushed, they push back and they push harder? Do you think that it's just like that you're saying it's acceptable to push when the slur comes, but you might have to deal with losing the fight? Or if a fight comes from a slur, that if the slur sayer gets physical as well to defend themselves physically, are they in any trouble?
I'd say that generally it kind of depends on a few things, but like if you're running up to people saying slurs and somebody pushes you, you instigated that. Now, if you push back and then it turns into a fist fight, that's a different consideration. Because I've seen a lot of fist fights end really, really badly. Because like punching somebody one time the wrong way, you'd kill them. That's why I never said like, oh, you should just be able to knock them in the face. That's why a shove is fine. A small shove is generally like, hey, get the fuck away from me. It's like making physical space so that you can go,
Yeah.
you can set the groundwork. Because somebody who's hurling slurs at you is trying to get like trying to instigate you anyway. So
And
if all you do is go, hey, leave me alone, that won't work.
This is my concern, because like Phil said earlier, if I'm making fun of the Prophet Muhammad, and somebody hears that and thinks like I should be able to push that person, and then they push me, and then I punch them, then it seems like now I feel comfortable punching somebody that pushes me. But now you're saying that because clearly I started it, we'd have to accept that if you make fun of the Prophet Muhammad and then somebody pushes you, you have to stop and go, well, I want to punch this person because they pushed me, but am I not allowed to punch them because they pushed me? Because
Part of the reason part of the reason that I'm not too partial to that is because a lot of people who do this are doing it specifically to try to instigate a physical altercation. Like,
Yes, correct.
there's not
We
a
can
lot
say
of
that.
people who
No.
are running around tossing out slurs just to do it.
Yep,
They're
that
doing
can be
it to
part
try
of
to get
that can be part of the hypothetical. Let's say I see a person wearing a turban and I think that they're going to be Muslim, and I make fun of the Prophet Muhammad so they'll hear me, so they'll push me so I can punch them. What I'm saying is it makes it difficult if you say they can push me because I make fun of Muhammad, but I can't punch them because they push me. Like, it's such a wonky game where, not that I'm saying laws should be created to make it easier on all of us, but if we have to do the math to figure out when can we defend ourselves from physical violence because of a word said,
You always have to do that, even when it comes down to actual physical violence. Like
well,
you
you
can't
have,
stab somebody because they punched you in the face.
Yeah,
Like
if
there's
you have a
always
natural-
levels to these things.
yeah, if you have a natural fight or flight because of somebody being physically harmful with you, I don't think you should put much thought into what you said
Those
verbally.
people are also in fight or flight. When they get angry, adrenaline starts going, and that little part of your lizard brain kind of kicks in. That's why people shake when they get really angry, because it's flooded with adrenaline. Your body is readying your muscles to either run or fight.
Yeah, but if somebody hears you make fun of Muhammad and they push you, it's not much different than if somebody thinks you're staring at their girlfriend and
Well, that's a lot
they're
different. I mean, insecurity kind of comes into play in that one.
exactly, they're insecure in their profit. They're insecure in
Well,
if
it's not so
somebody's
much
gonna.
like, you don't have to be insecure in your profit to get mad about it. Like there's reasons for it. I don't personally like that argument because like I don't consider religion a good basis for much of anything. But that's just my personal bias. That's why I generally just stick to like slurs. Like if you walk up, there's a lot of slurs
Yeah.
for like, Arab people, right? So there's like you could run up and start calling them those things, and then I think they're justified to defend themselves if you follow them. But if
What
you
if
just
there's
come up
proof-
and go,
Yeah,
like, I don't
Carson,
think your
it-
prophet is real, that's a different thing.
It seems to me like there's a very, very huge difference between the Muslims are at one booth and somebody at another booth is just they're talking amongst themselves and they say something against the Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims hear them versus going up to somebody who's clearly Muslim and going like, hey, like fuck you, like Muhammad was a piece of shit, you know, because one isn't a deliberate interaction and the other is just like overheard speech.
Yeah, I
Instigation
got
has
you.
to come
But hey,
into it.
I want to bring up a question that I want, let's say Isaac, Demon Wolf, and Phil to answer because they've probably talked the least. But Isaac asked Jeremy a really good question earlier about if somebody texts and then somebody wanted to come up and be violent to them. This reminds me of that case where the young woman, I think they were teenagers, but texted her boyfriend to try to talk him into killing himself. And she texted like, you should do it. Don't be a pussy. You should kill yourself. You know you don't want to live in this world anymore. And he eventually did kill himself. And then there was a trial. I can't remember how it went, but we can ignore
They were
that.
both on like a lot of meds, psych meds. And,
Okay.
like that girl was really had serious problems.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that was a really weird and very rare thing that happened. But yeah, that was a terrible
sure.
story. Yeah.
For sure. But Isaac, what do you think legally in our society would be the outcome of using words to convince somebody to kill themselves? And let's say, is it different if it's in text versus in real life?
I was literally going to ask you the same thing. In the private chat, I have a link to a video, which is about this, and the contents of the video, it's about this website where basically people go and do just that and encourage each other to, kill each other and to take it even one step. What was that?
Are you talking about the Teal Deer Forum?
I don't know what the name of the website is, but it's
that's like a cult that a bunch of teenagers are in, where like the lady who runs it tries to convince them to kill themselves.
It's not a cult. It's just it's just about suicide, and it's just where I don't think there's any sort of religious aspect to it. But yeah, I was going to ask you guys the same thing: is do you think the site should be taken down? Do you think there should be further repercussions past that? And then another interesting thing is apparently on this website they can pay money to get specific instructions on like good ways to do it. And so do you think that like you should be allowed to, sell that information or sell, speech that way?
Yeah, a handful of us talked about it earlier. If we think there should be anything illegal to write, like can somebody self-publish a book that teaches people how to kidnap children or how to hide a body and that kind of thing? And I think almost all of us agreed that there shouldn't be any regulations about words in that way. But yeah, I'm going to answer the bulk of your question after I hear from Demon Wolf
I
and
just
Phil.
want to
but-
quickly clarify that I wasn't laughing at the concept of telling people how to kill themselves. It's because I heard somebody in the background go "ooh" like that, and it just made me laugh.
Gotcha. So Demon Wolf, what do you think if somebody texts or verbally says to their friend or their family member or whatever that they should kill themselves, and there's let's say there's substantial evidence that a big part of why they followed through with killing themselves is that somebody told them to. Do you think that should be criminally punishable?
So like if the person who committed suicide actually admitted that a specific person told them to kill themselves.
Yeah, like let's say I emailed you a bunch and you were telling me you were depressed and you didn't want to live and you've tried to kill yourself sometimes. And I'm like, yeah, you should do it. You should totally do it. And then you're like, I think I might. And then you don't do it for a couple weeks. And then I tell you, no, you really should. You should. Have you done it yet? You should grab the knife and do this. And then you end up doing what I tell you through email. Should I get in trouble for kind of talking you through it and being part of why you did it?
I think there were cases where that happened and the person who did incite the suicide resulted in legal punishment. I think I'll give a good example of why that should be illegal to do. The person who incites the suicide is not a medical professional to be able to give to inform the person who is considering suicide to make an informed decision. Like you sent me a questionnaire regarding suicide, and I responded basically saying that as long as the person who is considering suicide talks to a medical professional who is I guess you can say is legally allowed to give that recommendation, or to be legally allowed to educate, to give the person who's interested in suicide a choice to, or whether or not they want to end up committing suicide, and then give them a grace period about like 72 hours or something like that. I think that should be allowed. But in the case of, I think people should be socially not allowed to give non-medical advice regarding issues of violence, suicide, like committing crimes. So like how you said about should you be allowed to write a book detailing how to get away with crimes within society, or like how to get rid of evidence, etc., like that. Yeah, I don't think it should be allowed. I think there's practical reasons for that. Again, we should be promoting a peaceful and a uplifting society where people can feel safe and feel that they can trust society to give them the best care, and not encourage their demise, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well let's go to Phil. What do you think, Phil?
I remember hearing about this case, and I remember hating this chick who convinced this guy to kill himself. But to me, it's kind of an edge case, and I don't understand all of the facts of the case. But as far as my understanding is, unfortunately, I'd say it, as much as I hate it, probably falls on the side of her not committing any crime that I would identify, and that's because I go by sort of the principle that we find under common law, where the principle of won't someone rid me of this troublesome priest, and in that case we have a king who had power, and he was speaking to his court. So if it turns out she was actually a cult leader and she had a kind of, you could just step over that line and prove that, well, actually she was in some sort of leadership role of some kind, then yes. But I can't see, as far as my facts of the case, and maybe I don't know that right because I was not following the case. It looks like she's just on the side of just this side of committing an actual crime in my hypothetical society.
There was actually a documentary about it. It was pretty interesting, but both those kids were very mentally disturbed. They were both on psych meds, and she actually only served like a year, I think, before she got out on appeal. So it was like there was a lot of it's not like as clear cut as like some mentally stable girl convinced her boyfriend to kill herself. They were both they were like kind of inbred, and like they had lots of problems, and like they were very and the psych meds, I think they brought into court and like really looked at like the side effects of all the psych meds, and like there is pretty crazy psych med side effects that cause stuff like that. So she eventually got out on it, but it is a very, very extreme case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to ask a question that Jerem has here in the chat, and then I got to hop out of here, but I'm going to let you guys talk until I notice that nobody's talking anymore. So Jerem says, and this is to Isaac and Jeffrey, and I'll let Isaac go first, and then Jeffrey can respond as well, and then you guys can all attack them both. So Jerem says that if you're in favor of defamation laws that harm businesses through speech, which is something that was said earlier, what's the symmetry breaker for harming individuals with speech? So let's go Isaac and then Jeffrey, and then you guys can attack them.
Yeah, I think that it's on the, like, I think that there's some grounds for like mental health that you could, if you're harassing or saying something, that person should then be able to sue the other person for affecting their mental health. Again, though, I think that that's going to be more of a civil case. I don't think that the results of the case can be the other person going to jail. So yeah, I think that there can be an equivalent there. I hope that's a satisfactory answer to the question.
So in a business, you could actually prove a loss of profit. You can't actually prove a loss of mental health or stress, or, you can't prove something like that in court. So they're two completely different things.
You can absolutely prove that with the help of a psychiatrist.
You can't prove that it came from that actual instance. And that's all I'm saying. Mental health problems are lifelong problems. They're not just something you get when you're on the street and someone yells at you.
Over time. Like, people can be bullied into having depression. Like, they're not always lifelong problems.
Okay,
you can prove.
You're always talking about this like lower percentile. Well, we gotta
prove when problems started. You can prove when people started having the bad side effects of what could have happened, what it could have come from.
Why don't we talk about what happens in the real world instead of what happens to this tiny,
I am talking about the fucking real world.
Tiny fucking percentile you're always talking about.
You don't live in reality. Every time you talk, you have these ridiculous ideals.
We should just be able to punch people for saying words. Like, that's
I said push, not punch, buddy. Again, like, just like when we had a conversation, all you do is straw men and uncharitable, like, reasons. That's like, I'm glad that conversation is enough. You devolved into just yelling "commie" at me for like half an hour.
I mean,
admitted to
I
being a
don't
communist.
know. I don't know where
Socialism has nothing
I
to
don't
do
know
with
where Jeffrey
communism,
grew
my
up,
ass.
but where I grew up, reality is that you get punched for saying certain words, and that's
That's not
what
where
teaches-
you live.
that-
It's not legal to, though.
know,
That's not the
that's-
reality of where
that's
you
what
live
teaches
legally,
you.
though.
That's
It's
part of what
like
teaches you
morally,
to
it's
become
not,
a
it's
man.
not part of where we
is
live morally.
knowing that that if you start shit, if you fuck around long enough, you're gonna find out. And
Morals
you know,
are subjective.
it's
So,
not.
like, what's
It's
moral to
not
one
that
person
like.
might
Dude,
not
we
it's
don't
not
live by
that-
that anymore, do we,
It's not
Jeremy?
that you accidentally say some
be. Still do.
some pronoun that somebody doesn't agree with and they stab you to death. It's that you keep talking shit to some guy and then he
That's not gonna
gives you a
affect that
punch
person
and then you
mentally.
that's
Sorry.
you fucking find out, and
That
that's
is
finding out, and that's
true.
part of what causes you to learn how to treat people better.
That's
I don't know what
ridiculous.
world you're living in where there's
Utterly
this categorical
ridiculous.
distinction between any unlimited amount of speech and any minor physical response.
It's how it is where we live, dude. Once you touch someone, that's assault. Like, how do you like?
And if you instigate them
You think they're
enough,
wrong for
then
that?
you can get away with that.
You think society's wrong
But
for
there's an
banning
investigation.
violence?
Unless I'm not recalling
I'm
Germs.
I'm glad that occasionally in my youth, I had immediate physical repercussions for my completely unacceptable verbal abuses of others.
That's something
and
that happens in
that,
life.
that
We
is
all learn
a
that
big
in
part
life
of what
to
taught
not
me
be
to
an
respect
asshole.
other people.
Whether we get punched or told that it's, or stigmatized that it's a bad thing, or we all have to learn through growing up not to be an asshole.
But do any of us
People
think that
have
there should be
usually
damages
learned that.
for like non-business related speech? Because I think that's what Jerem's question was, and I don't see how the public is served if we like start fining people for being assholes. Like, it's only about resolving a situation face to face where we're saying, okay, maybe this person started it even though they didn't touch the other person. I don't think there's anything well served by allocating damages because someone was an asshole or said the N-word or whatever.
That's like indeed like the reason why legally they draw the line at physical is because that same reason. Like it's not helping out society in any way
They don't
to allow
always
people
draw the
to
line.
use violence
There's
sometimes
actually
at their own
a case
discretion.
that comes to mind about that. There was a postal worker who was delivering in a city, in a neighborhood, and a guy ran up and started calling him slurs, telling him to get out of his neighborhood. Dude wouldn't leave him alone. The guy said to leave me be, and the guy kept harassing him, and eventually it turned into a fight. And that guy who was harassing him ended up dying because he was hit the wrong way, hit the ground, and died. And the postal worker didn't go to prison for that because he was being instigated. He felt that he was
It's
threatened
called
and he defended
self-defense.
himself.
There must have been the dude must have assaulted him first. They wouldn't do that just
Like,
if that's not how I get. Actually, tell me what the case is, what that case is, and let's go look at it to see if that's what's really happened. You just pull these stories out of your ass, dude. You pull all
yeah,
these
because
stories
like
out of
the
your ass.
entire
You
internet
put the
didn't
numbers
talk about that for like
around.
2 months. Yeah, dude.
I
Like
guarantee
that's
if the mailman did the first assaulting, he did not get off without with a slap on the wrist. Like, it's ridiculous. That's not how our
if he
legal
hadn't
system.
recorded what had happened, he would have gone to prison for it most
Well,
likely.
pull it up,
But
dude.
because
Let's
he
read the
was
story.
recording
Pull it up.
No,
You said
fucking
Florida,
cell phone,
right?
buddy. If I go to another website,
Yeah,
I didn't
your
say Florida.
excuse. You always
I'm
have
on a
that
fucking
excuse.
cell phone. How am I
I
supposed
don't
to
have
Google
to
it? You
prove
dumb
anything I
bitch?
say because I don't have enough money. I have a
Explain
really
to me
nice
how
vape.
I'm
I have a really
supposed to Google
expensive vape,
something
but
for
I
you
can't
when
pay rent.
going away from the webpage would
I need
close the
everyone to
chat.
pay for my vasectomy, but I can
Explain it
afford
to
a
me,
really
buddy.
expensive vape.
My vape costs fucking $50. You're a dumbass.
Yeah,
It's
right,
not
dude.
that
I've seen those
expensive.
things. Those are several $100s. I've seen it a bunch
No,
of
they're
times.
not. You are so fucking stupid if you think this was several $100s. I used to work in vape shops, buddy. I know how much these are when they're brand new, and I know how much it was when I bought it off of somebody else. Brand new, these mods run about $60. 60. Either
How much
you've never
juice?
actually
How
tried
much
to
is the
buy
juice
one of
for a
these.
week?
I pay $40 a month.
I don't really care. I'm just messing with you.
I have to go to bed, gentlemen.
Yeah, later, Phil.
Because he was going to be an uncharitable dickhead for no
Thanks.
reason.
I feel.
All right. Well, I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah. Well, I guess the major point of disagreement on this issue is gone. So Eric, we've disagreed about some other things in the past, but I think we agree.
We have
that
had some pretty hefty disagreements, yeah.
we definitely agree with the common sense perspective that the worst examples of a physical of a verbal altercation are worse than the most minor examples of physical response, and so physical response is often justified. And
Yeah.
I feel like I've been being and I guess you like our very common sense position, like living in the real world, has been strawmanned a lot, as if we're saying that when somebody says one accidental wrong word and then that justifies them being stabbed to death.
Yeah.
When what we're really saying is a very common sense thing that
the cherry on top that that Jeffrey just went to, like, if somebody got misgendered, like misgendering doesn't usually lead to physical altercations unless it's malicious,
Yeah.
and that's a really deep one. Like,
but
it's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the world works.
the real situation is some complete asshole in a bar coming up and not letting somebody go with like the verbal altercation.
I was a bachelor for 3 years. I've never seen somebody try to walk away from one of those conversations without the asshole going, hey, come back here, and then following.
Exactly, because they're looking for a fight. The whole point is a fight.
They're trying to instigate. Absolutely. Like, the reason that I said, like, having security drag somebody out will always be physical is because those guys are looking for a fight. So, like, I've never walked up to that situation and gone, all right, buddy, it's time to go. And they don't, like, push me and go, like, get the fuck off me. I'm
Right.
like, all right, if you understand, this is my job. And if you do not come with me, I'm going to drag you outside. Like, it always ends up physical because those assholes are just physical people. Nobody who's going to walk up to a black dude at a bar and start slinging slurs isn't furious the whole time they're there because they get mad about black people existing where they are.
Yeah.
Like, part of the reason that I'm so passionate about this is because me and Annie moved to Florida to get out of Oklahoma because we were getting called slurs all the time because Annie is black. We were getting threatened by, like, teenagers. Like, everybody in that town didn't like that she was black and that I was with her. And the breaking point was that she almost ended up abducted, which sounds fucking crazy. But, like, I left town to go to Oklahoma City so I could catch a flight to Florida and see my family for the first time in years. And she called me because she was out late, and she goes, hey, stay on the phone with me. I'm riding home from Walmart. It's a 3-mile ride. And this guy just pulled over and said that there's some guys following me and I feel uncomfortable. What do I do? And I said, go to the gas station. They're always really well lit. There's always somebody there. And these two dudes were dressed in black following her. She went to the gas station. They followed her there, and she eventually had to go to, like, a Domino's, and they let her inside. The people at the Domino's said that those guys had harassed their drivers before. And she had to get a ride home from somebody we didn't know. My grandma had to come from Oklahoma City to come pick her up. And my mom was like, wow, that's fucking crazy. Why don't you guys move here? And eventually, once you can get everything together and, like, get on your feet, find your own place, because that's insane and that's really not safe. So we moved out here. The only problem with living in Florida is it's wildly expensive. Like, really, really expensive. But no matter what people say about Florida, it's nowhere near as racist as the Midwest was, at least if you don't go to, like, the boonies. Because the boonies everywhere are like that. But Florida has some more, like, multiculturalism to it, so it's not as much of a problem. But yeah, like, it's somebody coming up to you once and going, like, hey, N-word, you should leave my town. That's one thing, and that still has an emotional impact and a mental one at that. But it's not just an isolated incident. It happens over and over again, especially when it's socially acceptable. And it starts to have real negative impacts on people. Like, it's ridiculous to assume that they're isolated incidents like Jeffrey does.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, Eric, you're not that big of a guy, right?
Oh yes, I am. I'm 6 feet tall and 265 pounds. I'm a big boy.
So it's all
I
right.
just
That's,
I
that's
look
funny,
thinner
Billy.
than I am. Like,
So
here, let me. I'll
I,
show
I
you
I
here.
said to Phil earlier, you know, because I know.
Like this is my car, my mom's car right here. Like I'm pretty big.
Oh, okay. I
He has a
you
Jeep.
know.
Like
No, but I
I'm
understand from your description. But
Yeah.
you know, like I was talking to Phil and I was saying, you know, like my perspective on verbal versus physical power is not is not self-serving. It's not.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. It's realizing as I got grown that the mentality I had when I was in middle school and high school, where all these guys that were taller and bigger than me were the ones who were able to violate me, you know, to whatever, to impose themselves upon me. And I didn't have any power back then. I would have thought I didn't have any power, but
Yeah.
actually, in retrospect, I did have a lot of power, and I did bully a lot of people. I did hurt a lot of people
When
by
I was in
by
school,
using
I
my
was
words.
like that. Yeah.
And
I was maybe like a $120 when I was in high school. I was a real skinny kid because I was on ADHD meds. And I had like a really shitty home life because of my stepdad. So like unbeknownst to me, I would just turn that on other people. And I started bullying people and not realizing it until eventually I bullied the wrong person and I got my ass kicked. And I stopped doing it because like I realized that there was actual like repercussions to what I was doing. And it was a big eye opener for me that
that's
like that happened. And
that's my perspective. You learn, you know, you learn about fucking around and finding out, and you know, you realize, yeah, sure, you know, it's not like any time that you repeatedly verbally insult someone, it's not like you should be beaten so bad that you're sent to the hospital. But
yeah,
you know, there's all these things that all these instances where, you know, you like insult some guy's girlfriend in front of him, and you kind of know that you're being a piece of shit at the time when you do that, and then the guy like grabs you and pushes you against the wall and says, "Don't you insult her again in front of me." And then you're like, okay. And that makes you a better person. That kind of incident has probably happened to me half a dozen times in my younger life. And that was instrumental in making me the person that I was. And the idea that I would say, like Jeffrey, like, I only use words and this guy fucking physically touched me, and so he should go to jail. You know, if I had that sort of attitude, or if society had that sort of attitude, I wouldn't have been made a better person, and learned how to not shoot off my mouth.
Yeah.
And hurt people.
Mine happened in middle school. And when I was in high school, I decided that I was tired of being somebody who could be pushed around. So I got into wrestling, and it turned out I was really good at it because it spoke to me, because it's a very technical kind of game, right? Like it's not like any combat sport is technical, but wrestling, like it doesn't matter to a pretty wide extent your gender or your sex or like how big you are. If you're more technically proficient than somebody else, you can dominate that person in that sport.
Well, because it has weight classes, right?
No, not even because of the weight classes. Our wrestling captain was a kid named Angel, and Angel was like 5'2", and I probably had 100 pounds on him. So I got real cocky about it because I was a lot bigger than him, and I was like, I could fuck up Angel, and he was like, "Are you sure about that?" And I said, "Sure." And we went on the mat, and he decimated me for like 10 minutes. It's such a technical sport that like there's actually kind of an advantage to being smaller than somebody else height wise because your center of gravity is low. But because I was getting good at that, and because like people knew that I was somebody who liked to break up fights before like our resource officers showed up because they were cops and I'd seen them tase people, girls would come and talk to me when bad shit would happen. And because I was bigger than a lot of the kids around me, I became like that guy for a while, and like would approach people whose boyfriend's really shitty or like hurting them or whatever. And I feel like that you should be justified defending yourself or defending somebody else. If it comes down to physicality, you should be able to. Like that's who I was for like 2 years. I was everybody's big brother for a while, and that meant that I had to get into scraps with people over that kind of shit. Like, it was interesting.
I'm gonna hop in here real quick. I just want to point a couple things. I want to ask Demon Wolf a question in a sec, but I want to point out, Jeremy, I completely agree with you. I think that there are cases where something that I might think is the wrong thing that should happen, or something that I think should be the illegal thing, will have a good outcome. It might even be what I want. If I were to witness somebody bullying somebody with their words and calling them horrible names, calling them fat, making fun of them, making them depressed or whatever, and if that person turned around and punched him in the face, I might go like, yes. And if I see a cop, I might hope the cop doesn't see them, because I'll feel good about it myself. I just think that there's a difference between what we might personally want and what might also a difference between what might lead to a good outcome, learning from experiences in life, versus what the regulation should be in a society that you want to function well. I just think we can recognize both at the same time. And but the question I wanted to ask Demon Wolf and all of you guys, but just ask Demon Wolf. My wife just asked me a question when I went inside, and she said I'm allowed to come back out here and talk some more. She said, "What if the violence is a response to violence, but not self-defense?" So you have two people. So one person calls somebody a name, and then that person punches them. Or actually, let's remove the name calling. Let's just say person A punches person B, and you are there. And your friend is the one that got punched. But person A that punches person B turns around and just starts walking away. So it's not like a self-defense, like there's ongoing violence. And it might be more similar to the slur throwing out, where you're doing something as a retaliation to something you didn't like. But do you think it's acceptable to punch a puncher if that puncher is walking away? And let's do Demon Wolf, and then you guys can answer that too.
I would say if it's ongoing, I think I think to protect the victim of the crime, I step in and stop the person who's punching. But in the case when the punching stops and they attempt to walk away, at that point you become a witness, and I think you should just be resort to legal matters to to resolve that, to punish the person for committing the crime. So, and you should not be allowed to attack that person back at that point.
What do you think, Jeremy?
It seems like the morally best thing when the person is walking away is probably to let them walk away and not go and attack them. But if somebody were to go and punch that person who was the initial aggressor, I don't automatically think that person should end up being arrested and going to jail.
Okay.
Because it seems like an inherent like a logical sane low level consequence, low level like response and feedback to what that person did who was the initial aggressor. Like if you punch somebody for no reason, for no good reason, then you walk away, and then one of their friends punches you, that's kind of getting what you deserve, and that's kind of enough of a resolution to that situation that we don't necessarily need the cops and the courts and the prisons to get involved in that. Somebody fucked around and found out, and that's pretty much good enough.
Gotcha. Eric, what do you think?
There's a story from my childhood that you reminded me of that's very similar to this. So could you restate it just before I end up going on that tangent?
Yeah. Try not to go on a tangent. But so person A punches person B, and then person C is there, and they're friends with person B. But person A, after they punch, they walk away. Can person C go up and punch person A?
I say so.
Okay.
And funny enough, I was right. So I'll try to keep it very short. So there was this kid that used to fuck with me a lot when I was in school, and he had a lot more friends than me. So anytime I would try to get him in trouble, he would bring in his friends and say that I started things, and that's why I ended up in alternative school. But we were in the gym for an assembly, and he just stood up in the bleachers and punched me in the face like 4 times, and then I kicked him in the back because he turned around to sit back down. And they called us into the principal's office about it, and he gaslit me into saying that I did it. But I think that would have been justified. Self-defense or defending somebody else is perfectly fine. If somebody walks up to someone unprovoked and just hits them and then tries to walk away, that's not something that just happens.
Okay.
Or that's not something you should just let happen. If your friend got punched out and that person's walking off, you should do something or call the cops.
Okay. So next question. This one just popped into my mind to see what's acceptable, sort of not necessarily the press, but let's say something like YouTube. Let's say there's a very famous YouTuber that were to say something like, God hates trans people, especially on Wednesdays. And then the next Wednesday that came up, a bunch of people went around and killed a bunch of trans people. And the only thing they could trace it back to is everybody that went and killed a bunch of trans people were followers of this famous YouTuber that said God hates trans people on Wednesdays. Demon Wolf, do you think that person should be in trouble because they likely are the ones that incited that violence? Or do you think they should legally not be allowed to have their content available to be seen?
If it can be proven that the perpetrators of that crime committed such crime from the YouTuber, I think the YouTuber should be held liable via incitement of violence. But at the same time, the YouTube should be also responsible to not allow that content to exist. So demonetize and either delete or to not allow it to be publicly viewed.
Okay, what if it was somebody's own personal website? They buy their own domain site. They put up their own videos saying horrible things about God hating trans people, and then it leads to trans deaths. And YouTube can't take it down. Do you think the government should step in and legally make that website removed?
If the government has deemed it the cause for the incitement of for the violence, thus deemed it a valid incitement of violence, I think the government would be responsible to legally to take it down. I think if they don't take it down, or they're not legally responsible to take it down, I think the government, who is the ultimate authority, would be viable civilly from the victims of family to not engage in making sure that the incitement of violence deemed in this situation to not be allowed to be viewed, and to not be publicly
Gotcha. Okay, let's go to Eric then. So just a reminder. Well, hold on, Eric. I just want to remind you of the wording. So the person that makes a video says to their huge fan base, they say these words:
Mhm.
God hates trans people on Wednesdays.
Oh,
They
we
don't say.
have direct allegory to that, like in the real world today. Like this
That's
year,
fine. Let's just go with this. Let's just go with this one though. And they don't say go kill trans people. They just say God hates them on Wednesdays. And then people that happen to love that influencer and they happen to love God. No offense to people that like God, just in this case, these people go and kill trans people, and it can be linked directly back to they all love this influencer. What are your thoughts?
They should be held liable. As a matter of fact, there is what was it? Lives a TikTok directly inspired like a bomb threat on a children's hospital because they lied about what happens in that children's hospital. Matt Walsh has also been linked to stuff like that. There's been people who do shit like that that have been linked to Ben Shapiro. Like there's a bunch of that happens today, and I think there should be more done about it for sure. Like if you incite that and you can see for sure that there's a link, then you should be held liable in some degree. And those, at the very, very least, those videos shouldn't be allowed. Like that channel should be removed.
Okay. Jeremy, what do you think? God hates trans people on Wednesdays is all that is said. There's not an order or even a request.
Yeah. I think there's clearly moral responsibility for spreading. There's moral responsibility for holding and for spreading false beliefs about reality that cause negative consequences.
What about legally though?
To start with, like morally, just as I've said before, believing irrationally in a God who condemns people to eternal torment in hell for things like homosexuality, that irrational belief itself is immoral to hold and to spread because of the negative consequences that it causes. So in order to, so that the starting point is that spreading beliefs that will cause others to commit harms is an immoral act. And then the second point is, to what extent should such things be criminalized? It depends upon whether the consequences of the criminalization are going to be worse than the immoral action itself. So, I'm a consequentialist. I'm not a deontologist, so I'm not going to say people have an inherent right to preach their gospel that God hates all trans people, and if a city has too many trans people, then God will send a hurricane to destroy that city. So, God wants you to eliminate the trans people from New Orleans so that God doesn't send a hurricane there. I'm not. So clearly, that kind of thing is immoral. The question of whether it should be, criminalized is a question of whether the collateral damage of the criminalization, of what the police will do in response and what will happen, retaliation against the police, organized crime, various things, causes more damage to society than the original problem that the criminalization was intended to solve. So that's all that it comes down to for me. And the reason, obviously, I call myself a libertarian, implies that I overwhelmingly believe that the collateral damage of the police state enforcement against negative, damaging behaviors is usually, maybe almost always, worse than the original problem that it was intended to solve. But I don't hold a deontological position that, intrinsically people should have a right to, whatever, that it's always wrong to try to prevent people from doing harmful things.
But so you view this differently than you view most legal things. Like in the sense that I know you're a consequentialist, and therefore you would pull the lever to kill the 1 instead of the 5. But you've stated many times that you wouldn't have that kind of thing be law. You wouldn't have a police officer shoot an innocent person to save 5 other innocent people, because that would just make the world chaos. So I guess the question is here, if somebody, if they notice that every time somebody stepped out of their house, like a specific person, if they notice every time I step out of my house, some random person dies, and they don't know if it's correlation, causation, whatever. It's me stepping out pisses off some god being and somebody dies. If taking me out makes it so there's a likelihood of the outcome is other people won't die, you don't think that in a society people should make legal choices like this, should they?
I mean, on such a hypothetical, if there were really reasonable grounds to believe that was true, then
Well,
it would
hypothetical or
be
no,
not just an acceptable act, but a morally positive act to either kill such a person or restrain them to their home. Yeah,
even
because
in
because you would know that they're every time they went out of their house, much greater negative consequences would happen as a result. Sure.
Okay, so you do want the law based on the outcome of negative consequences. Because I thought you very strongly didn't.
My answer just now was about the morality of any individual taking out that person that you described.
Yeah. So here's my example. I gave
different from.
Let's say
from empowering the state because there's other things that the state might do. Like the state might, the state police might have their funding be tied to such things, and then they might exaggerate. They might not only kill the people who, coming out of their house actually cause a death, but the state police might have an incentive to exaggerate those numbers and pretend that lots and lots of other people who weren't actually endangering anybody by coming out of their house were, in order to to pad their budget and get promotions and whatever. And so that's the kind of thing that happens when you involve state force, is you create these perverse incentives. So
okay, well, hold on.
That goes far beyond the morality of your thought experiment.
Yeah. Okay, but you're saying if this influencer says something that's not a direct call to violence, but it leads to violence, that should be illegal because of the outcomes. So you're saying just because the only part that might be an issue is the police getting that person from their house to the jail. But once they're to the jail, they should be in jail for life or whatever because the outcomes were bad enough.
I didn't say that person's words should be illegal. I said that it seems moral to do something that prevents their speech, even to the extent of killing them, if it's reasonably predictable that their speech will cause the suffering, death of a
This-
greater number of people
The
than
state should
their
kill a
own death.
person if it's.
No, I'm not
The
talking
state
about
should
the
kill a
state.
person if it's a reason.
I'm not talking about the
Who
state
kills
yet.
them?
Me. Is it moral?
It's not the
Is
state.
it
It's
moral or immoral for me to kill somebody who's
I'm not
you're not a
saying morals are-
libertarian, dude. Jeremy, you're not a libertarian in the least bit.
Well,
A
real quick, I do
libertarian
want
would
to.
never say what you just said in a million years.
I want to
I
get.
think
I
you're
want to get
confused
Jeff's
about what
answer.
libertarians are. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
No, you're fine. I want to get Jeff's answer to the initial question, but first, Jeremy, real quick. No, I'm not talking about morally, just legally.
Laws are codified in morality, aren't they?
If
So, like-
I have
like, so-
100% certainty that somebody's words are going to incite the death of thousands of innocent people, then
I don't know about 100%
yes,
certainty.
it is a morally good act for me to kill that individual.
Well, no. Hold on. We can't give hypotheticals that makes it easy to answer. We have to give what would be reasonable in a realistic society. So if somebody
Well, yeah.
says, hold on real quick. If somebody makes a website and makes a video and says God hates trans people on Wednesdays, and then random people go out and kill 1,000 trans people, do we make it illegal? Does that person get in trouble?
Carson, the
And
question is, do I know
we
for
make it
sure?
illegal for them to say it again?
Do I know for sure that
You will
consequence will
never-
result? If I don't know for sure,
He said,
If-
he said
if-
in the
if-
hypothetical.
I will
that
never
the only
ask you
thing
a
we
question
could
like
find
that.
in-
so
I will with
I'm
this
a
project. I will
consequentialist.
never ask you a question like that. So yes, so you can guess what the consequences will be by what has already occurred, and in this case, we know what has already occurred, and we can guess what might occur. But
so
it
I'm not going
it's-
to go gung
yeah.
ho. I'm not going to go gung ho and kill everybody for their speech precisely because I don't know. There are so many variables behind what might lead to the eventual consequences. But if you could somehow assure me that this person
no, sure.
being allowed
is
to
it
put their
illegal or
speech
not?
out over the airwaves is going to cause many more than one death, like thousands of deaths, and the trade-off is kill this one person before they put their speech over the airwaves,
No.
then 1 versus 1,000 deaths is a pretty easy calculation to do.
I know it is, which is why I'm not giving you that easy one, so you don't have to tell me your answer to that.
In the original hypothetical, if I remember right, he said that the only draw line between them is that they all like tuned in and heard him say that.
Yeah, so they can know that that person
we can extrapolate that.
is like so real quick, so that person says the thing, 1,000 people get killed, and then that person's about to put out another video a month later. Do you, as a member of the government who can convince the rest of the government, do you remove that guy's video because of the chances it could happen again?
I have a question that I think might be kind of interesting to hear the answers on if we have some space for it.
Yeah, well, I want to ask Jeff real quick. I want to hear Jeremy's answer unless he wants to think about it a little longer.
No, I mean, I think I can answer it.
Okay.
You know, it depends upon a couple of things. It depends upon how reliably this person's speech is advocating larger harm. And
The person's speech is God hates trans people on Wednesdays.
right.
And then we can assume if we want that caused the problem because
And last
every person that
Wednesday-
killed him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
last Wednesday, listeners of this person killed 1,000 trans people, and then this
Correct.
next Wednesday is coming up, right?
Yep.
And he's saying the same thing. So the question of state censorship of such a person is going to involve it's going to involve the questions like whether that state will reliably um, only suppress that sort of person and not be empowered to also suppress the speech of lots of other people who are advocating positive changes and other neutral positions. It's a question of whether the state's power could ever be reasonably constrained to those specific situations where it would cause a positive
I think that's a fair point, but
increase
let's
in
just assume
well-being.
for
So
let's
it's
just assume for this sake.
the reason that I'm a libertarian is that I'm highly skeptical that an actual state could ever be constrained to only stop those specific people who are causing net harm and not stop all sorts of other people who are advocating improvements or just
So
doing
just
other
for
neutral
just for
things.
sake
That's
of
what
this topic, because
libertarianism is to me.
I think you're making an amazing point. I think you're right that the problem with censoring speech is that you run the risk of censoring it for other people in the future. But just for the sake of getting your opinion on this, just a quick yes or no, if this is the only speech that's being censored, this one person's stuff, and we can know for the rest of humanity nothing else will be censored, do you remove this man's website?
Yeah, of course. In that imaginary world. The reason I'm a libertarian is that I don't think that imaginary world corresponds to how states, the powerful states, are in the real world. But I'll say again, I'm an ethical consequentialist first and foremost. So in the imaginary hypothetical world where a state could only eliminate that specific sort of person whose words were going to cause net harm, then I would advocate that.
Okay.
I don't think it makes me a non-libertarian, because in the hypothetical I would support such a thing. I'm a libertarian because
libertarianism has nothing to do with guarding or taking care of the collective by shitting on the minority. It has nothing to do with that. It's absolute opposite of that. So maybe you need to do a little bit more research.
Let me
I'm
ask
very
Jeffrey
familiar with deontologist libertarians. I'm
like Big L, like Libertarian Party.
Yeah, I'm
like Libertarian Party. Yeah, people are morons.
Trust me, as an ethical consequentialist, I am.
I don't think you could be a libertarian and an ethical consequentialist at the same time. So you might want to bounce that off your head a couple times.
But I've done 30 years of research, so I have the research.
Doesn't sound like
all right. I disagree with the absurd ethical standpoint that is deontology.
Okay, so Jeffrey, real quick, just to rephrase what happens here. So a person that's an influencer of sorts makes their own website, their own video. So YouTube can't control it. Twitter can't control it. They make their own video and they say to their large fan base, God hates trans people on Wednesdays. And then on the next Wednesday, 1,000 people go out, kill trans people. And it can be found that those 1,000 people have watched this person's stuff. Does that person get in trouble? Do they go to jail? Do they get their website removed?
Of course, you could never blame the actions of bad actors on someone who didn't tell those people to be bad specifically. Even if you do tell them to be bad specifically, it's still very wishy-washy. But in this situation, that person didn't say go kill gays on Wednesdays. They simply had an opinion, which they're completely able to have in this country, and I hope in whatever country. But you would never, they misunderstood what he said, and he didn't like the YouTuber, didn't intend for that to happen. So he can't legally be responsible for what happened.
Jeffrey, what if there were so there are a couple different groups of people besides the ideologue giving the speech. There are also some other people who like look up, like research where lots of gay people are going to be on this particular weekend, and post their location. And then there are some other
That happens
group of
all
people.
the time, dude.
Okay,
That happens
well,
all the
yes,
time.
yes. And then there's some other different group of people who like buy a lot of ammunition and then go and leave it on the on the corner near these gay clubs. And then there are the people who go and look up the other people's researched location for where the gay
You
people
can't
are.
control people with laws, dude.
Okay, so
Criminals don't follow the law by definition of crime,
Jeffrey,
criminal,
is
and
anyone
law.
is anyone other
Criminals
than the
don't
people
follow the
who
law.
is anyone other than the people who look up the information?
If
that's
you
been
take that
researched?
person's message down after that initial thing happening, those psychos that misunderstood what that guy said and went and killed people are going to get really pissed
All right, so
and
if
may
some
retaliate.
people,
If we're talking
some
about all
peop-
these extreme hypotheticals,
if
like,
some people go
what
and
do you
buy
mean?
ammunition and leave it nearby the gay club,
they are not
and then
responsible for
those people are not
people
responsible either.
bringing guns and
Only the
actually
people who
doing
do
bad
the
things with
final
them.
shooting are responsible. Is that your position?
What are we talking about here? Like completely
God
unrealistic
damn.
situations, like usual.
Well,
Even
okay.
if you do an
Those
ammo
things have
drop,
actually happened.
even if you do an even
Bro,
if
this
people,
shit has all
even-
happened. And
even if people go and
millions
do an
didn't
ammo
die.
drop
Like,
on the
people were
corner
leaving
a
bricks
block
at
away
all
from the
those-
gay
those,
club, they
people
are
were
not
leaving bricks
responsible
at all the riots.
if they're not
and
the
the
final
rioters
people
were
who go and
filming
do the
bricks
shooting.
and being like, someone's trying to make us violent here. Like,
Okay,
why
well,
is this
let
happening?
me-
People have also
That's
spread
insane,
anti-gay
dude. That's
messaging
insane.
and then directly
People
Let me ask
inspired
Jeffrey a
ammo
question.
drop.
I like. Well, hold on.
are
My
not
favorite thing to do is
responsible?
to challenge people. My favorite thing to do is to challenge people I agree with, and I happen to agree with Jeffrey the most here. But Jeffrey, would you say, and this is, I'm torn on this, but I think I have my answer, which goes against free speech in this case. But would you say if somebody walked up to somebody else and said, "Hey, I really want you to kill this person for me," and then they go and do it, would the person that said, "I want you to kill them for me," would they be held responsible if they were that direct on the orders of? Oh, really? Okay, that's where I differ from you, but I definitely agree with you on everything else.
Everyone
that you
is
and Jeremy
accountable for their own things. If you're dumb enough to be asked that and go out and do it, that's all 100% your fault.
Okay, let me clarify a little further. What if they were paid?
Well, what do you think about that, babe?
Yeah, you ponder that one. We'll get back to
What
that.
about
Eric,
Jeffrey,
what was your?
Jeffrey?
Okay.
What about if some guys are standing by
Is this
and
Completely unrealistic, Jeremy.
What about if somebody is standing at the scene and not holding a weapon but saying, "Hey man, there's a fag over there," and then in pointing out somebody for the
Absolutely
person
not.
with a weapon to shoot at, the person who
Absolutely
points them out is not guilty of anything.
Nope.
Jesus.
That one.
Yeah.
That one's
What
tricky.
planet do you live on? They're not guilty of that now.
I
They're not guilty of
appreciate-
that now. Why would you think that's
appreciate
so
you
crazy?
pulling
We're
on
living
that.
in a society
That's
where that is
fucking
not
crazy.
illegal. So why
That's-
would you?
I
think
would
that's
call
crazy?
that. I would
You
call
get
that
caught.
for
You bite the bullet
sure.
on that insanity, though.
I'd call that for sure immoral. But God, just like knowing. Okay, so if there's a guy with a gun and he has a shirt on that says "I'm killing fags," point any out to me and I'll kill him. That
How
could
would
be,
how
that
would
could
that
be
person
tricky,
know that
but-
that person was being serious? Like, there's too many different
Yeah.
circumstances.
Sometimes it's good to take
It is
people at their word
complicated.
when they are
Throw
armed
everyone in
and
jail.
really
Throw everyone in jail.
dangerous.
Control everyone.
Yeah,
Take
that's
all
a-
everyone's
that's
rights.
directly
I want to.
correlated.
No.
I want to hear Eric's. I want to hear Eric's
All those
question. Eric, you,
individuals. No. Hold on. Let me finish because I didn't get to
Yeah, go
finish
for it.
because these guys broke me up. All the individuals who do the murdering, they broke a law that's already in place. Why would you need to add more laws and throw more people in jail when there's already murder laws against murder? So why are we talking about something that there's already laws about? Like these people individually will go to jail for murder.
Talking about people that incited
And
them
they'll
into it.
and
They convinced them to do it.
we can't hear you, dude. Your mic fucking sucks. Like it just
$6 pair of headphones, buddy. Yeah, of course
Like
it's that.
if you
I'm
have to
perfect.
use a
I'm
cell phone, at
perfect.
least be near it when you podcast. Like it's
I'm using my headphones, buddy.
like,
I'm not
have
using
some
my
etiquette,
my
bro.
cell phone audio. Oh, you're gonna talk to me about etiquette? Fuck you, Jeffrey.
Whew. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna beat
Eric.
you up because you hurt my feelings.
Oh, is
I
Eric
have
leaving?
no control but to fight
Okay.
you because you
Okay,
said
hold on,
something.
Eric.
My feelings are
Eric,
so
I want to
hurt.
hear. Eric said he had a challenge earlier. Eric, what's your question?
Do you think that we should censor or ban hate preachers?
Hate
No,
preachers.
I already said that. We started this whole conversation me saying I have no problem with hate speech as long as it
I didn't
isn't
say hate speech. I
to
said hate
physically
preachers.
aggress on others.
Okay. In a
People
second,
can
I'm
have
gonna-
opinions, but dude, you can't control what people think. You're trying to control
Yeah,
what
but
people
if you
think.
are somebody who's in a position of power preaching to people that they should hate
And
somebody
then,
because
and
God
then some
says so,
crazy people,
you can
some
convince
crazy
them to
people
do so.
misunderstand what you say and go out and do something that wasn't what your intention was. So if
Okay,
this guy,
well-
if this YouTuber came back a month later, what if he was going to tell everyone to not do what they just did? You want to shut that
That's
down?
not a hate preacher. I don't think you understand what I mean when I
No,
say
you
hate
need to
preacher.
listen
Okay.
to what I'm saying. The original
I don't think I
question
really
was,
do, Jeff.
or would we
I don't think
stop
you
that
understand what I
guy
asked
from
you.
broadcasting again? What if he was going to broadcast to stop killing people? And then you took down the
damage has been
broadcast
done
and
and
that
he should
pissed
be
off
banned
all the
for it. It's
murderers
pretty
and they
simple.
went out and killed more people. Like, you don't understand. You don't know the future. You can't say that this is going to dictate this happening and everybody's going to be happy. You don't know the
Okay,
outcome
so-
of these
Okay.
things.
Jeremy, if you'd like to answer my question, I'd appreciate that because Jeffrey's not even really engaging with it. He's
Okay,
just yelling.
hold
at
on.
me. I did-
Yeah, Eric, just ask it one more time.
Well, hold on real quick. I want Demon Wolf to answer the question. So Eric's question was a preacher that incites violence. So
So
if
should we
somebody's
censor or
part of a
ban hate
church, they have
preachers?
hate preachers. So somebody's in front of a church. They have every Sunday. They have an audience of say a couple hundred people, maybe 1,000, and they tell them what God wants them to do. And then if this preacher says that we hate all black people, we want them enslaved again, or we want to wipe out the Jews, or something like that. Do you think let's say they don't directly ask them to murder anybody, but they basically get everybody in their church to be bigots and be and go and be verbally abusive to people of different races. Would you say that they should be
Jonesboro.
legally stopped?
Like, these people exist. Jonesboro.
Demon Wolf, what do you think?
Jonesboro?
Yes. Simple answer. Yes.
Yes, they should be stopped. Okay. And then
Well,
so it'd be basically like where if they were told you can't tell your congregation this kind of stuff anymore, and then if they were to do it, they would get in legal trouble.
We're
Okay.
This is all
Jeffrey.
anti-American, anti-constitutional stuff. Like, are you guys all commies?
Yeah, I
Demon
want
Wolf.
churches to
Like,
be
we have a
more
religion-
answer. I don't want them
like,
to be
freedom of
preaching
religion
to
here.
its
Like,
congregation when they say
You can
they've
freedom
got
of
a
speech and
pipeline
freedom
to
of
God.
religion,
That must make you a
and
Christian.
freedom to not get punched in
Well-
the face for saying something.
Hold
What?
on. Let me.
Anyway,
Well-
I wanted to clarify what Jeffrey was
Yeah, I
talking
don't
about.
believe in
He
the
referenced
freedom to
something. I
incite
want to make
violence,
sure he's
so-
referencing something. I'm understanding what he referenced. You said Jones. What'd you say?
Hey, Demon Wolf, you know our government does all this stuff. Why aren't you against our government?
Yeah, I am against the government. That's why I'm
You're
arguing
against
against it.
war?
Yeah, I'm against offensive war. Yeah.
Well,
You say Jonesboro?
your thumbnail's offensive to me. Am I able to punch you because of it?
Well, my thumbnail is
scared of it. It's
inciting
scary.
violence, so
What's
My life's
Jonesboro?
in danger because there's a werewolf
Okay.
on his thumbnail. Can I
Is it
No,
punch
that's a
him?
good question.
Jonestown? Is that what you mean?
Well, hold
Yeah,
on, Demon.
That's what I was trying to
Demon
get
Wolf,
at.
what?
Jim
How would you
Jones?
define? Well, hold on, Demon Wolf. How would you define inciting violence? Would it have to be directly asking somebody to be violent, or is
No.
it just okay? How do you define it?
So again, we can give like you can. So first, I will ask you, how is my avatar offending you for you to want to commit violence against me? That's what first I want to
No,
ask. and
I
then
think
I'll
he's
be able
just.
to-
I don't think he's being serious. I think he's just giving an example. Like anybody can be offended by anything. But
Yeah,
but
so-
real quick, I'm just curious how you would define inciting violence if you're saying you want inciting violence to be illegal.
Yeah, that would be spreading hate towards a group or an individual to want to enact a fight, like to initiate a aggressive, encounter, basically. Nothing
so-
of my avatar. None of my avatar is aggressive towards anybody.
For sure. So real quick, back to the thing that Eric was asking. If a preacher says, God says it's a sin to be gay, and then that makes all of the church hate gay people, would you call that inciting violence, or would you call that just?
I actually have a real life analog that I was referencing. If you'd like to know what it was, the Greg Locke, preacher in Tennessee.
Okay.
The kinds of things he says are a little more than just God hates gays. He goes a lot further than that, as do most gay preachers.
Yeah, which is why it's interesting to find certain lines to see how we feel about it, and then if we manipulate it a little bit. Jerem has an amazing question in the chat here that I think I want to direct towards Jeffrey, because it's a question that goes against the stance that me and Jeffrey have. And he says, what about Charles Manson? He didn't kill anyone. He was just the leader leading people to kill a handful of people. Do you think Manson should have been not imprisoned?
I don't really know. Like, I don't think anyone really knows what happened there, so it's kind of hard to say. But
Charles Manson brought
yeah,
people
I
to
mean,
the
there's
desert
a bunch
and
of
gave them acid and then convinced them.
bunch
to
of people
move
on
out
drugs,
and said
like,
they needed.
you know.
Sorry, Eric. I'm just going to mute you real quick. I'll tell the quick version real quick. So Manson just had a group of people living at his house, and all of them were doing drugs together and living together and have this commune type thing. And Manson told them, go here, kill these people. Go here, kill these people. Write things like, we want to have a race war with, and the cop wars and all this different stuff. And all these guys went and did it, and Manson didn't do any himself.
You left out some detail.
But let's just go with those little details. Do you think Manson should
So we're
have
believing
been
like the mainstream version of that story.
We're believing what Charles Manson said and what his accomplices said. Yes.
No, I don't think. I mean, I think he should definitely be publicly ostracized, and people should know that he's kind of a sketchy dude. But those people all did that on their own free will, and you don't just,
He drugged them to convince them to do it.
He drugged them. They took their own. You don't know. You weren't there.
He brought them to the desert
there?
and gave them acid.
You don't
and didn't tell
fucking
them
know
he was
shit about
doing
what
it.
happened in the
And-
60s, dude. You think
That's
what the
complicated.
Because
news
I've actually
told us
read
is
about
true?
this.
You can't tell me every little detail that happened, dude. You're sitting here telling me
He
no
brought
details
them to the
about how it
desert
went
in
down.
California, gave them acid, and didn't
Well, I
tell
live
them
in
he was giving
California. I
them
live
acid
right by
so
where
that
the man
so that he
family
could
was.
convince them that he was God, and
Yes,
or that
you know
he
the
could talk to
story.
God.
You
And
were
God
there.
told
You know
him
exactly
that
what
They
happened.
needed to engage in a race war called Helter Skelter, where all the white people could go underground and hide, so that all the other races could kill themselves off, and then white people could come back from underground and rule the world. And that killing the people that he told them to kill would incite said race war. Manson has written his own books about it. Tex and
Yeah,
all the other
he's
people that
psycho,
he
Okay, yeah, no,
dude.
let me.
said this
He's a
themselves.
psycho.
It's pretty easy
Yeah.
to find the
He's a
information.
psycho.
about this.
I think I know the answer, and I think I actually agree with you, Jeffrey, on this. Hopefully, I don't seem crazy for agreeing with you on this. But what if he admitted it? What if we don't even need the speculation from Eric? What if he said, "I told these guys to go kill all these people, and they did it"? Is the same answer similar to what you said earlier?
It's not speculation.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and I think I medium agree. I definitely am unsure when it comes
He
to
shouldn't have rotted in prison until the day he died. That's for sure. There could have been some other thing that happened. There's some sort of other types of ways to rehabilitate people with mental illnesses.
Yeah.
He was
Okay.
out of
Philip
prison.
has
How many
appeared.
millions?
What's up, Phil?
How many millions of dollars did we spend housing him so he can just like sit there and rot? Like, it doesn't really make
Ooh,
sense.
and that's a whole separate topic. But I'm going to pause you real quick. Phil, what's up?
Oh, I just came in because I'm watching from bed and I realized we brought up Charles Manson. And that's
Yeah.
same example of we brought up Charles Manson last time too. That I brought up the principle of won't someone rid me of this turbulent priest? You know, and that is if you're in charge and you order a hit, you know, whether you're an official leader or a cult leader, I mean that is an action to me. It's different than like advising.
Okay.
So.
Jeremy is creating glasses that you put upside down and go like this, or he's saying he agrees with Phil. No, it's a good point as well. I'm torn on the Manson thing. I'm torn on. I'm pretty sure that even though I'm pro free speech and I think money in a lot of ways is speech, I think that you should be legally held accountable if you hire somebody to kill somebody. But if somebody were just to say, "Hey, you should go kill somebody," and then they go do it, I'm torn on that. And Manson's a good example of that. But at what point do we consider somebody a leader? It's kind of like that whole thing where if there's somebody on YouTube or whatever, shares their opinions and that causes somebody to go do a thing.
Well, they're called influencers because they influence.
Yeah.
It's not speculation.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Yeah.
Can I talk a bit here?
Yeah, go for it, Jeremy.
I think that we should be morally strongly against such people who are preaching or advocating things that will cause a lot of net harm. In our hometowns, if there's some guy just who talks a lot about how it would be really great if adults sexually abused small children, even if he hadn't done it yet. If some guys got together and beat the shit out of him, that seems like a reasonable local consequence for that sort of speech. So the question of whether the government and the police should be involved in intervening.
And I wish I could turn your speed up.
Yeah, if the question of whether the police should be, whether the state should get involved in people who are clearly immorally advocating behavior that will cause net harm, is exactly, consequentialism is pretty simple, right? It's the question of whether the stopping that harm is worse, is better than the collateral damage, the other negative consequences that will come from having to give that level of power to the police and whatever. So that's how you think about, that's how you should think about things, is alcohol abuse a great thing? No, it causes net harm. Is the empowerment of the police and prosecutors, prisons, and whatever to criminalize alcohol use worse than the consequences of the actual alcohol use? Yeah, it surely is. And that's why alcohol should remain legal. Everything is like that. So the question of whether somebody like Charles Manson should be criminalized for his preachings before anybody has ever committed any crime as a result of it, prohibitively, just to be sure. Like we hear somebody who's talking like Charles Manson was talking in the desert or whatever, and we say we got to arrest him and all the people around him just because they might go in and murder some people. it's a question of the consequential, considerations. Are we preventing more harm, or are we creating more harm because of the power that we give to cops who are gonna abuse that power?
Man, I disagree with almost everything you said. And you said so much. I don't know if I can respond to it all. But my main thing I wanted to respond to was one of the first things you said, where if there's somebody preaching some weird pedophile sounding stuff, then if everybody groups together and beats them up, then it seems reasonable to you. The reason that's a problem is because the same thing could happen where if there's a town where the majority of the people are Catholics and a Muslim's there, and a Muslim's just talking about his own religion, and then everybody groups together and wants to beat up the Muslim. You can have a thing. You can have a thing that we figure out is right or wrong for various reasons, and it can be illegal for various reasons. But having just a mob of people because of what they believe in the moment be able to go beat somebody up, I find that ridiculous. But also the consequentialism thing that you're referring to, I think it's the majority of it as a moral philosophy is pretty darn accurate. But I don't think that pretty much any way you can view setting up a society should be really based on it in any way. Now it just happens to fall into place that that whether you're looking at threshold deontology or consequentialism, that they're basically identical and they happen to be exactly how a society might fall into place, but it's not for that reason. You can't just say that we can see that the world will be a better outcome if we make religion illegal, because then there won't be all these people that you might want to call bigots or something, because then you're taking away people's freedoms. Almost everything in society that makes sense in my mind would be giving people various freedoms. And it has nothing to do with consequentialism. It has to do with everybody having these equal freedoms that aren't the things that we as a group think are the most immoral things.
If you could, Carson, if you could somehow magically know that religion is false, would you be okay? This is magical and absolute. Would you then be okay with like making the religion illegal?
Oh, definitely not. I've even though I'm far from religious, I've been convinced by at least the evidence I've seen that there's good reason. Gad Saad, one of my favorite writers, he just put out this book. He's also an atheist, and he thinks that there's good evolutionary reason for religion, and because it leads humans to work together and to feel like they're part of something. And I wish I was religious. My grandma's 94, and she's like one of the happiest people on earth because she's really excited to see my grandpa after she passes. She's not going to see my grandpa. I mean, in my mind, nobody's going to see my grandpa. I wish I could see him. He's amazing, but I don't believe in religion. But she has it really well. And all these religious people that bond together and live these great lives because they're less stressed for various religious reasons, it's amazing. And so I wouldn't care if we could magically know. I would never want to remove anybody's freedoms that aren't personally, physically harming anyone. I think it would be the wrong approach to go. I would love to convince religious people not to do some form of what I might call and what Jeremy might call like brainwashing, by bringing a child up in religion in a way where if they trust their parent, they're going to become that religion even if they wouldn't have wanted to if they were left to their own devices. I might have that moral take, but I can't imagine, even if every human on earth could be shown that it wasn't real, putting that into law. We have to give everybody their freedoms, including parents and guardians.
Carson, I don't know, as a consequentialist, when you're talking about your grandmother, I absolutely don't know whether religious belief or lack of belief always produces the best consequences. You reminded me, my own grandmother passed away at 97, and I'm I'm quite sure at the end of her life that she was a non-believer, and that haunted her, um, while her maybe my aunt, her daughter, um, believed and would talk to her about seeing her husband, afterwards. My aunt seems to be a believer, but my grandmother, before she passed, I believe was not, and so she heard these people talking about these sorts of things, platitudes, but I have strong reason to believe that she saw the abyss awaiting her, the same way that I do. And my dad, this doesn't go too far afield, but my
I do gotta hop out of here in a sec, just so you know. But I want to finish
Okay.
hearing what you're saying.
My dad loves this short story novella called Saint Emmanuel the Good Martyr. It's originally in Spanish by Miguel de Unamuno, early 20th century. And so, basically what happens in this story, it's narrated by this teenage girl, and there's the village priest who everybody loves. He takes care of the people's problems. He's awesome, right? And everybody thinks of him as the most spiritual guy. And then the narrator, the girl's older brother, is like coming back to their village. It's a village, small village in Spain, and the brother's coming back from America or something like that, and he's got all these like liberal, maybe Marxist, just like modern ideas, and everybody's like worried. Oh, this brother, this young guy coming back, like he and the priest, they're gonna butt heads. Like everybody knows he's gonna be a conflict, and then after the older brother is back and talking to the priest, he tells his sister, like this priest doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in heaven. And so the story's about, how this priest who doesn't believe in that stuff himself is pretending, because he knows that is what the village needs. Right? That's like
Interesting. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting story.
So it's like, it's this very, it hits me hard, It's this very consequentialist kind of thing. He's saying like he's lying. He's like he's through his whole life, faking his own attitude about God and heaven, because that's what he thinks is gonna bring about the most comfort, the best situation for all the people of the village.
No, that's very interesting. And my that's a great story. And my mind would never take me to that specific level, but it's similar to why I care about traditions. I used to hate the idea of traditions, and for whatever reason, I've kind of changed in the past couple of years. But I really like the idea of having these ideas that people within your tribe, kind of everybody follows, like how people used to not wear hats into buildings, and like, you know, you open a door for a person or a woman or whatever. If you have these, or like you show a extra sign of respect to your elders. These ideas that are almost like religious, but they're ideas that if we all do, then we all are doing them. And I kind of view it similar to like what you're saying, where like these ideas can help people if it makes people come together. And I might just be tired and kind of rambling, but I really like that story, and I think there is a definite benefit to it. I got to hop out here because I got a text from my wife that I was supposed to go inside about 20 minutes ago. But I'm going to let this run however long you guys talk. But you guys should keep at it. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Carson. Yeah, you guys should read
very
that
much
story.
on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to religion. It's probably like a lot of people who used to be religious that become atheists are the most militant atheists. So that's probably part of the reason I look at it the way I do. But I don't think the positives that can come with religious structure outweigh the negatives. Just looking at things the way that I do myself. Like, I'm an anti-theist through and through. Like, it's just where I am.
That's valid, man. I'm a consequentialist first and foremost. So, you know, the question of whether
religion
the
has
question
been a
of
driving force for some of the
anti-theism
most
versus
horrific atrocities
fatheism
of
is
human
just
history.
it's an empirical question, which is which force is larger than the other, and I'm sympathetic to your perspective. It's all about the consequences.
Oh, man.
You know, it's
How
all
is it
about
still
whether
hot? It's fucking 11 o'clock.
And
Jeez.
I never realized how handsome I am. Look at that.
I have a very dissimilar view of myself when I see myself on camera. Like, I don't watch these back because I don't like to hear my own voice. I'm not. You know. When I used to work as a KJ, I used to have them turn off the speaker that blasts your voice to you, just so I couldn't hear myself because it would trip me up. So I like how I sound. It was a fun job. It doesn't pay very well though. Yeah, like I don't know. I've had people try to convince me that religion is a positive for society, or that we should keep it. Like, even if we could prove that religion wasn't true, that we should keep it anyway because it provides like community. But you can find community in other places, especially in the modern day. I haven't had anybody give me a real convincing argument for keeping religion around.
But also
like
in terms of that story, which is about kind of traditional rural Catholicism in Spain, perhaps the way that religion manifests itself in the U.S. South, the evangelicalism, it comes out very different from
that's
people who
probably a
have
big
grown
part
up
of the reason I look at it the way I do.
generationally, like with a traditional kind of Catholicism in other countries.
I just like I don't have the most charitable view of religion as it stands, so that's probably a big part of it. Like, I view it as an oppressive structure that restricts your freedom to be who you want to be. It's led people to like hating themselves because of how they're born. It's been used as a justification for horrifying things throughout history. Like, maybe it's just because I'm heavily nihilistic about the way I view the world, but I mostly just see the negative. And I just don't see the positives as being consequential enough for me to care. Like, it's not enough to convince me that it's a positive. The religious debate is one of the things that I both really love and really hate, because religious debates usually go one of like 6 ways, and they end up staying in those ways. So once you've had a few, you've had most of them. But at the same time, I enjoy it because it's just fun, and it's something that I'm very intimately knowledgeable about, having been part of it. It's
Yeah.
a weird thing for me in my brain.
I mean, just read that story, Eric. It's not it's not very long, and I think one way or another you'll appreciate it. Saint Emmanuel the Good Martyr. You can find it online. You can just
You know,
Project Gutenberg. You can read it easily.
you know who is it? The story of who was it? Saint Patrick, who drove all the snakes out of Ireland. That's who that is, right? Saint Patrick.
Correct.
All right. Do you know what the snakes represent? Just out of curiosity, because a lot of people don't, and it's kind of surprising.
No.
It represents pagans. Saint Patrick led like a long crusade and killed pagans who lived in Ireland to try to instate the Catholic Church as like the one true church. Like that's always been an interesting little thing to me, because when you hear the story, it's or like the Pied Piper drove all the rats. Like there's a bunch of those that are like allegories for getting rid of like Jewish people, like pagans. It's interesting the way that those stories get retold over time and then people forget them.
Are you
Like
sure?
the
Because
origin.
there really aren't snakes in Ireland. So I think it might
There's
be.
no, I don't believe there is. Like that's I think that's part of the reason they chose snakes as an allegory. Isn't there? Well, no, because Ireland's pretty much an island nation.
Yeah, it's an oddity that there are no snakes in Ireland. It's really weird, but it's true.
That is strange. Like if you said there was no snakes in Greenland, I'd be like, yeah, that's fucking freezing up there. Of course there isn't. But Ireland seems like a place where there should be snakes.
Yeah. You know, I live in one of the few places where there are no lizards.
Really?
Yeah. Like
We have. I always found it weird moving other places and not seeing lizards everywhere because I'm from Florida, so it's like the tropics. So we have little lizards just everywhere all the time.
I didn't
course, we
even
also
know
have
about
rattlers.
fence lizards
Hmm?
until somebody told me. Yeah.
What's up?
I didn't even know about like fence lizards, or have you ever heard of those?
Fence lizards?
Yeah, they're like a common kind of lizard.
You talking about them little green ones about that big?
Oh, I don't know because I don't have any here.
I don't know what the ones we have here are called. I just know them as lizards. Like they have little frills on the bottom of their necks that are bright red, and they're green and then like kind of yellow sometimes. But they're just everywhere. Like you can't go anywhere in Florida and not see those lizards. It's like frogs are everywhere instead of toads. We have toads, just not as many as frogs. Like you find tree frogs everywhere here. And I didn't know that wasn't super common until I moved out of Florida. And I was like, God damn. Texas, y'all got scorpions and tarantulas, but you don't have like wood spiders. It's really weird. It's like in Florida, when you live anywhere near trees, you always have wood spiders in your vents. And they're these big brown furry spiders that don't make webs. And if you're like me and you don't like spiders, that can be a real problem. Hey. I'm going to. I told you when I'm done. It took a long time to smoke that salmon.
As long as Carson, as long as one of the reasons I asked him about how he feels if he knew absolutely magically that a religion was true, would he outlaw it? And the reason I asked him that is that for me, I take it for granted that no matter how sure I am of something, there's a kind of neutrality in the position of supporting free speech whenever you can. And that is recognizing that none of us really know the absolute truth for certain. And I mean this in like an almost, what's the phrase for?
Nobody can know absolutely for sure what is like empirically true. We can only guess at it and go with what we can.
Yeah. And it's almost similar to the principle of like, I only know that I exist in some sense because I think, therefore I am.
It's I only know enough to know I know nothing. Like what we know as people exists in a very small bubble. Which weirdly enough reminds me, are you interested in astronomy at all?
No.
Oh. Well, we found a planet very recently that may very well be the first planet we found with alien life on it.
Oh no, yeah, astronomy. I'm sorry, it's
You
late.
thought I
I
said
thought you said
astrology?
astrology.
Yeah. Yeah, we found what might be a I think they're called like Hycean planets. They're all ocean and they have very hydrogen rich atmospheres. But
I see.
looking at the spectrographs, it looks like there's a gas in the atmosphere that could be indicative of zooplankton and phytoplankton in the ocean. So we may
Oh,
very well
interesting. Like
have our
there's
first
these
evidence of
gases.
life.
Yeah.
I was so interested in that, but everybody in my house was asleep or cooking, so I just texted Carson about it. But I made it really short, and he just went, "What?" And I expanded on it. I was like, "Oh yeah, no, this is what it is." And I explained it. And he goes, before we went live, I was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry that I just messaged you out of nowhere about that. It's just something that I'm interested in,
Hmm.
and it's a really cool breakthrough if it turns out to be what we think it is." Like with the religious thing, my whole issue with it personally is like I like to try to be objective about things. I'm not an objectivist. It's kind of hard to be one when you have to concede that like we probably will never know everything. Like you just can't be perfectly objective about everything. But at the same time, if the way that I look at things is like if you can't provide a falsifiability so that something can be tested, it's not worth considering to me
Hmm.
in a large way. Like hypotheticals aren't really like bound to that because they're hypotheticals. But if somebody says like, well, I have proof of God, and then it's a bunch of like, well, we exist, intelligence exists, plants are real, like that doesn't matter to me. I need a
Yeah.
falsifiability so I can test for something to find out if it's real. Otherwise, I don't really put stock in it, and that's probably a large part of why I'm so uncharitable towards it.
Yeah, I'm not an objectivist either, but I did think that Anthem was a pretty good book. So,
Which movie?
I'm just joking. That's an Ayn Rand joke.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I thought you said like I thought you mentioned like a very specific movie that I had watched years ago that was like nobody has ever seen. It was a movie called Anthem that came out in like the 80s. And I for the life of me I can't find it anywhere, but we used to have it on tape. And I think it was like a made for TV thing because my grandma recorded it and we lost the tape years and years ago. I mean, even if we still had it, where the fuck are you gonna buy a VHS? But it was such a terrible movie, and I can barely remember it. But if somebody else had been able to find it, I would have been like, "Please tell me where to find this dog shit movie."
I really, I guys, I really want to talk with Carson about Ayn Rand one of these days because I
What's that?
I was
quote
in that
about Ayn Rand?
I was
It's
in
like,
that sphere. I was into Ayn Rand in high school and early in
a lot of
college.
people in high school read Ayn Rand
And
got into like weird spaces.
yeah, I got out of it. You know, one of the people
there's a
that helped me get
about
out of it
Ayn
was
Rand.
Michael Humer, who I talk about a lot. He's a professor now in Colorado. I agree with him on a lot of things. But Ayn Rand is,
Ayn Rand is an interesting case.
she's amazing.
Like,
She's
she had
very
a clear,
fascinating.
like rape fetish that was in all of her books. And
That's
if she had
one.
just
That's
addressed
one
that
of
in her
many
own life-
strange aspects. Yeah.
Yeah, if she had addressed that in her own life, I think she could have been a more well-rounded person.
Possibly. You know,
That
there's a
was
lot
really
of things.
strange to me reading through like Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead
Um,
and like running across those things, and it just felt so gross to me the way it was framed. But there was
Atlas
a quote,
Shrugged
it was
is a
like,
really
there's-
amazing, strange novel, and you know the role that Ayn Rand played in history is really important because
Mhm.
she was in the 40s, 50s, 60s, somebody who was anti-communist, having escaped from the Soviet Union. She was someone who was anti-communist and anti-religious at the same time.
Mhm.
And that was a very important position to hold in American society during those decades, during the
Well, yeah, if you were, if
center
you weren't
central
anti-communist
Cold War
in those
decades.
man, you could be
Yeah.
killed in the street.
Somebody who would say,
Those were
like,
rocky
I'm very
times.
much on the side of American capitalism against Soviet communism, but I'm also against the Christian conservatives. I'm also a very
There was a
vocal
quote about
atheist.
Atlas Shrugged and Lord of the Rings, and I'm trying to remember what that quote was because it was actually funny. It was like, there's two books that could irrevocably change the course of a young teenager's life if they read them that young: Lord of the Rings and Atlas Shrugged. One of them involves a fantasy world. Oh damn! If I wasn't, on my phone, could
I
see
know
it.
that one.
And
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
like one
A
of them's
fantasy world with
that could leave them stunted as they grow and never grow out of their stunted youthful life. And the other, of course, involves orcs.
yeah, exactly. That's a great quote. Yeah, Atlas Shrugged.
I know
Yeah,
so
Atlas
many
Shrugged
people
is
who read
a
Ayn
very
Rand and were such
fantasy
weird
novel that
people
makes
until
people
they
think.
were like 25.
Yeah, it makes teenagers associate themselves with these sort of reality transcending superhero like
Superhero-like
genius
fantasies.
capitalist, you know.
Yeah. It speaks to
Engineers.
people who want to be the Ubermensch, who want to think of themselves as the Ubermensch, I think.
Yeah. There's so many things. Those of us that that sort of grew up came with Ayn Rand and then outgrew her. There are so many specific things we can talk about, but one example of the Rand mentality is in Atlas Shrugged, the main protagonist Dagny, she's searching for this guy, and
wasn't she looking for a perpetual motion machine, or was that in the fountain?
It's something like a perpetual motion machine, but so near the end of the second act, the second section of the book, she is trying to track him down, and she ends up like stopping for a bite in this diner, and there's this older guy making her a sandwich, and she says something like she's like shocked, and she says something like, "This is the best sandwich I've ever had." And as part of that interaction, she realizes that this guy is this retired philosophy professor. And the idea there is that, and then they have this conversation where she says something like, "You're Hugh Axton, the last of the great philosophers of reason." He was one of the teachers of her previous lover, and then John Galt, who's the kind of main character of this story. But the idea there, the premise is that somebody who's the greatest philosopher, the greatest defender of reason in philosophy, would make a sandwich so much better than anybody else's sandwich that another brilliant person would be able to recognize it as like the most amazing sandwich. That's how Ayn Rand was thinking when she wrote that scene, and that's how young Randians are thinking. If you're one of the elite, if you're one of the intellectual and moral elite, then you'll be able to do anything better than anybody else. You'll be able to make a sandwich so perfect that any other member of the elite
anything better than
instantly
everyone.
recognize you.
Yeah.
I'm
But
not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. That's what Randian objectivism is like.
It's actually
insane it is.
It's probably been 2 decades since I've read any Rand, but I remember something about a scene where it was, should have been an action scene, but they spent so much time arguing about tactics that it took all of the motion out of the scene. Do you know what I'm? Is that a tendency throughout her work too? Would you say?
That kind of sounds like the Fountainhead. I don't remember which book it was because like I listened to those on audiobook when I was in school just so that I could have something to listen to while I did tests because they wouldn't let us read after we were done. And I remember like when I listened to them, I was like, wow, this is really cool stuff. And then the books would go on and I'd be like, wait a minute, how is it that like every good person in this book is like fucking Superman? And they can just do everything and anything. And it just started to like whittle down for me. But another one of my friends was like, I can't believe you would think of it that way. It's so perfect. It's objective. And I don't know if you want to like go down that path, buddy. Like that doesn't make sense. It was weird watching people like try to form political opinions in school. Because like it happens so young because people talk about politics and watch the news with their kids. And it's weird thinking back to like the weird shit that people would say. Like I remember one of my friends was convinced that Russia was our ally and that they were helping us like defeat China or something in a boots on the ground war that nobody knew about because he read somewhere one time that like after the USSR fell, we became like best friends with Russia. And he could not let that go. Like it was weird watching people take these half-baked ideas and then try to turn them into political reason and then talk to them now and see how much different they are now that they've had time to grow and like understand more like realistic political structures. Like I remember like we watched Animal Farm when I was in school and our teachers just like outright lied about the history of the author or what Animal Farm was supposed to be about and had us like discuss it. So for the longest time, I didn't understand what that book was about because they had just told us something different when we were in 6th grade. It was like that with the Devil's Arithmetic too. They didn't quite tell us exactly what that book was about either. Of course, I went to school in Texas at that time, so that might be why. Texas likes to whitewash history quite a lot.
It's been a while since I've heard Animal Farm. Wasn't that sort of an allegory? The way I learned it, there are actually two pigs in there, Napoleon and who kind of represents Stalin, and then another one that's sort of like Trotsky, and they're all competing.
Snowball.
Yeah.
Animal Farm was written by, it was an Orwell book, right?
Yeah. It's an Orwell book.
So Orwell was a communist in his time, but the Communist Party wouldn't accept him because he was very critical of the USSR, so he just branded himself a socialist.
Yeah.
And a lot of his books, 1984 was a criticism of the Stalinist police state and the way that they ran things. And Animal Farm was also like, it was a criticism of the Vanguard Party, if I remember right, like the way that after the revolution happened, some people went like, hey, we'll just stay in charge, but everything will be fair. And they kept leaning things to their favor and then making things more and more restrictive. Like one of the rules originally was like, we won't sleep in the bed like the people did because the people were unjust rulers. And the pigs struck that rule for themselves specifically and started whittling things down. But like when we watched it, our teacher told us that the whole allegory of the movie was about how communism's a good idea, but it can never actually work. And capitalism's the only way, because we watched the version of the movie where the people came in at the end and set everything right, which is just totally against the book itself, because that doesn't happen in the book. Like it's, if I remember right, like the people were supposed to be like the czars, and then when the people were overthrown, you had like the disarray of post-revolutionary Russia, where some people ended up taking advantage and then turning things in their favor and just kind of creating the same type of oligarchical regime that was already in place before that. It was, if you actually like read a synopsis of what the book was meant to be, it's an interesting read. I mean, maybe it's just that way to me because of how I was taught about it and how that was like completely off. But we watched the movie and I read the book years and years later, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that movie is nothing like this book.
The ending of the book is that some of the animals are looking through the window, and the pigs, who were sort of the leaders of the socialist revolution, are hanging out with humans that they've invited over, and they're playing cards together, and yeah, the end of the story is basically saying like they looked from like pig to man and man to pig, and they couldn't really tell any difference.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like after the revolution, some people took advantage of the chaos and just realigned themselves with the forces that the people had overthrown the government beforehand to try to fix. Like it's everything Orwell wrote was strong allegory. Like 1984 is my favorite example of that because most people misunderstand 1984. Most
You-
people.
You
Because
know,
most people think the big bad is like the police state and all that, but it's more like the idea of thought crimes and like the way that you have to live. How like that book has such a desolate ending. Like there is no happy ending in 1984. He gets
Yeah.
found out by like his boss and then gets re-educated and forced to conform to society.
well, that was actually a good ending in my opinion. It's rare to have an ending where it's like then the protagonist lost, they brainwashed him and then they blew his brains out,
Yeah, they tortured him and then they killed him after the torture. Like it was just to hurt him. It's such a sad ending, and I really appreciate a sad ending, like a depressing ending to a book. It's like a movie where everybody dies at the end, right? Like I love that kind of stuff because there's most stories end with like a happy ending or like a happy note. Like one of my favorite stories is I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream,
That's a
because
rough
the ending of that story is bittersweet. And if you've never read it, it's a really short story by Harlan Ellison. As a matter of fact, on YouTube, you can find a narration for free that Harlan Ellison himself did. But I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is the last line in the story because these people, like I think it was China, Russia, and the US built their own supercomputers. And in the arms race to develop better ones to try to like constantly outdo the other countries, the one in America became sentient and called itself Am, because I see, therefore I am. But because it couldn't move, it couldn't experience the world, it was just filled with hate and decided that it was the only way to save humanity from itself was to kill humanity. So it's just coated the planet in wafer thin lines of chips and processors to keep itself smarter and smarter. And it's taken 4 or 5 people and basically made them immortal so he can torture them forever. And like they don't have to eat, they don't have to sleep, like they don't have to do anything to survive because Am just keeps them alive. And they all get this vision from Am that somewhere in the north end in the ice caps there's food, like real food. So they decide, what the hell else are we going to do? So they walk. And like all this weird shit happens because Am just likes to torture them. And there's a scene where like he goes into one of their dreams and says, all I feel for you is hate. If the word hate was inscribed on every like micrometer of wire and wafer thin layer chips around the planet that I have in my complex, it could never approach the amount of hate that I have for you. And that's why I am the way I am. And they it's one of the first books I read with an unreliable narrator. But they go all the way to the ice caps and they find out that all this food is canned, so they can't open it. And Am is laughing at them. They realize that's a moment they can take to kill a couple of other people before Am can save them from dying to get them out of that. And the only person that's left is the narrator. And Am decides he's gonna like turn him into jelly basically, so he can't hurt himself. He can't properly process the world or time, so he has no idea how long anything's been. And he just is stuck there being the last person alive because he was able to help the other 4 die so they could finally be out of this hell. And the last words are, I have no mouth and I must scream. And it was one of the first sci-fi novels ever written that posed the idea of like, what if in the future technology is actually bad? Like it actually harms us. Because everything else had been hopeful. People are going to have flying cars. We're going to be in space. It's going to be great. It's going to be utopia. And Harlan Ellison is a misanthrope. He said, fuck that. What if it's terrible? this is what could happen. And people for years accused him of misanthropy because of that book. And he would just go, yeah, I do hate people. How about it? But like, if you look at quotes from him, from his life and the way that he acted, it's hilarious. It's such a good read. And it's such a sad ending to a book. It's very bittersweet. And people were very, very upset about that when that book first came out. Harlan Ellison's a great writer. But he isn't. What? Oh. Have you ever read Blood Meridian?
Blood Meridian. I promised a friend of mine I would read it, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've even looked into the judge and a lot of philosophy around it, but I have not read it.
Yeah,
Blood
I read it
Meridian has
a
been
long time
called
ago.
one
Yeah.
of the most accurate historical fictions that's ever been written. It took 15 years to write. The guy who wrote it learned Spanish so that he could properly read records of the game that the book follows, to try to properly reenact like where they'd been over time and who they were. But it is a gruesome book. It's a really like fucking gruesome book.
I mean, I know a lot about it. I know a lot about it. I just didn't actually read it.
One of the things that makes it really hard to read is that author doesn't use punctuation. He only uses he doesn't use quotation marks, commas. He just uses periods and the occasional like question mark. So when people talk, you have to intuit who's talking. You have to kind of understand when dialogue is happening because there's no differentiation to it. But it's a gruesome read, but it's a really good book. And it also is a book with an ending that I really, really appreciate.
Yeah,
He
with the
also wrote
naked.
The Road and No Country for Old Men. Yeah. They tried to make Blood Meridian into a movie 3 or 4 times, but no production company would touch it. And there's been names like Scorsese, Tommy Lee Jones, Spielberg, like really big directors and actors that wanted to be part of it, and they still couldn't find funding because it's just fucked.
Yeah, I mean,
Eric, did you read No Country for Old Men before you saw
I haven't read it. I've only seen the movie. I do know that I do know some of the discrepancies from the book, but I've just seen the movie, which is a phenomenal movie.
Yeah, me too. I've only seen the movie, but my best friend had read the book beforehand. And
do you watch like YouTubers very often outside of the political space?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I
there's
watch a lot of
there's a dude called Wendigoon that's done breakdowns of like his ideas behind what people represent in No Country for Old Men. It's pretty good. And he did one for Blood Meridian, and it's 5 hours long, but it's good through the whole video.
Blood Meridian,
about, like, missing 411 and all kinds of stuff.
Man. Blood Meridian is like etched into my soul. It's one of those great.
Oh yeah,
just novels.
It's a harsh read. Like it really is. There's a not insignificant portion that's dedicated to them wiping out like a village of 1,000 people. Mm-hmm. It's a really harsh read, but it's good. It's really.
But one of the things crazy about Blood Meridian, I can't imagine they would ever make a movie about it. Is, you know, I mean, the rape and murder of kids. You know, all this by the judge. Yeah, crushing their heads and stuff. It's like.
Yeah, you're probably talking about the scene that I'm talking about, where they go in with clubs on horses and just start braining people in that village. Because like the real life game at the time, the Mexican and U.S. authorities were paying people for Indian scalps. Well, they called them, natives. So this gang decided they were going to go out and just start killing natives and scalping them to sell the scalps. And while they were in Mexico, they realized, hey, Mexican heads look a lot like native heads. So they started scalping them, selling those scalps to the Mexican government before they came back to the U.S., before they could be caught. It was a pretty gruesome time for a lot of people, but he went through a lot of strain to make sure that book was accurate. And like the only character that's not super accurate is Judge Harlow. And even then, like he's not too dissimilar from his historical representation or historical description. And in the book, he's like 7 feet tall, albino, hairless. Like he is not too far off from what he actually looked like in reality. So I imagine that would have been a horrifying sight in the Wild West when being 6 feet tall was gargantuan. You know what I mean? Like
he's a really oddly described character. Like sometimes in books you can get away with descriptions that would never translate to either real life or a movie. Like 7 foot tall, albino, small hands. The small hands thing too. That seemed really
Yeah, he
random.
was very specifically described as having small hands. Yeah,
So, yeah, it's really weird.
he had
As
small
long as
hands.
we're
He
on the
played
subject of
fiddle.
like horrible rape and murder and stuff like that, did anyone else think that the rape fantasy at the very beginning of 1984 was jarring and seemed out of place?
The well, the first time I read it, yes, but the part of the reason why that rape fantasy was there is because it's supposed to be standing for like what happens when you sexually repress people, like to the extent that Oceania does, and it's like it's not so much that he like wants to rape that girl, it's that he's very resentful of her because he feels that somebody who looks that way shouldn't be abstaining because like she's beautiful and she could have her pick. It's a really weird way to do it, but like it's pertinent, I guess. It's like in some books the scene like that fantasy would make sense, but there's also some books where it doesn't, like in It. That whole scene, like
Oh God.
like Stephen King has said he wished he hadn't written it because the whole idea behind the sewer like sex scene was that it was the last glass ceiling to break through for like the destruction of those children's innocence. Because that's what the whole story is like kids who are forced to come of age far too quickly because of something horrifying that happens to them. But
That's
he was
very.
like, man, if I could go back, I would take those 2.5 pages out because they really don't fit.
Oh yeah.
He always goes like, cocaine is a hell of a drug. That's why I wrote that.
Phil, do you know what we're talking about? You know.
I've heard like memes about some sort of scene that was never in the movie that did involve
I mean,
like an
it's
orgy
pretty-
with children.
What happens
Yeah.
is that the kids are down in the sewer trying to fight it, and they are not coalescing as a group anymore. They've grown apart. And it is taking advantage of that and fucking with their mind and trying to break them up further so he can kill them. And Beverly has the idea to fuck all of them because somehow or another, logically, that would bring them all back together. And it's not like mildly descriptive. They go into sizes. Like it's a very descriptive scene for no reason.
Strange.
And afterwards, that gives them the power to push through and like defeat it as kids before they have to come back as adults.
Yep.
It's a really weird scene.
The one girl basically decides that the way to bond the entire group together is for her to be sexually available to all of the boys because she's the only girl.
Yeah, one by one. They're like I said, they're very
And so
descriptive.
it's just like very conscious, like moral, like you know, it's not a just a pleasure orgy, but it's like the girl making herself available to all of the boys in order to bond them together and give them the strength to fight the
But, like,
enemy.
if you read it, that's probably the most jarring thing. But it, just to warn you, is an 1,100-page book. It's the only book that took Stephen King more than 4 months to write. And it's the only one that ever gave him writer's block.
Well,
But
I suppose we have to keep in mind that I suppose we have to keep in mind that it's a cosmic battle between a space turtle and a spider made of light disguised as an evil clown. So I suppose
have you ever read what the ritual of Chud is? Like the actual ritual to be Pennywise?
I think that no, I mean maybe I did and forgot. I don't know.
The
But
turtle
he's the light
teaches
spider
Bill.
disguised as a clown, right?
The turtle teaches Bill that in the ritual of Chud, you have to stick out your tongue and Pennywise will bite down on it and you bite down on his. And you have to like tell riddles and jokes to each other until one of you laughs. It's a really weird ritual, which I don't blame them for not putting that in the movies either, because like, how could you even portray that? But there's a scene during the ritual where Pennywise implies that the turtle's dead. Because they're floating through like the cosmic space in Bill's head and he sees the shell floating in space alone. I can't remember the name of the turtle off the top of my head. It started with an M, but I know in the new Pennywise movies or the new It movies, they actually reference the turtle with like the drug that Mike gives to Bill when they're adults to dose him. I can't remember what it's called. But like the turtle is apparently it's one of the big through lines in a lot of his books. Like it shows up again in part in the Dark Tower series. I think that it's during the ritual that the eclipse happens where Dolores Claiborne kills her husband. Like a lot of the books come together around that eclipse. It's really strange how many of them are actually connected. Like the Tommyknockers, if there's a throwaway line in the Tommyknockers over a sewer grate that says don't go in the sewers or stay away from the drains or something like that. There's a clown down there. There's a bunch of stuff like that in Stephen King's books that you'll never see in the movies. So like if you just watch the movies, you'd never know all those books are connected. Of course, a lot of those movies screw up the books. Like the Dark Tower movie made me so mad because they tried to condense like 4 books together and they kept the Man in Black alive through the whole movie, which didn't make any sense. It was interesting. The Dark Tower series is a good read.
Jeremy, I heard you nodding your head through some of that. Do you have certain opinions you've been saving up?
Well, yeah, I haven't seen any of the Dark Tower movies, and I never plan to. Fuck that.
As far as I know,
It's an amazing book series. I don't trust.
It is.
I don't trust any filming of the
They
Dark
made
Tower.
Matthew McConaughey the Man in Black, and he's alive for like the whole book, but like the whole movie. But like
Yeah.
the movie takes place over the first 3 books. It's really weird.
Yeah, I'm giving up on any film adaptations of important Stephen King novels. I mean,
I just watched The Shining, the Kubrick version, and the whole time, all I could think is like, man, I can understand why Stephen King hates this fucking movie because it's nothing like the book at all.
have you seen the miniseries version that
No,
Stephen
not
King
yet.
liked?
I haven't seen that one yet. I've heard that it's more like Jack actually manages to hurt his son and his wife, and there's like a lot of changes violence-wise because that's how it was in the book.
Yeah, it's
King
it's
called
interesting.
Kubrick at one point, and he was like, "I'm really happy that you've chosen to make a movie off of my story." And he goes, "What do you mean your story?" He goes, "It's my book." And he goes, "Yeah, but this is my story." He
Yeah,
goes, but
Kubrick.
you're
Yeah.
using my book, and he goes, "No, I'm using it as a basis."
I mean,
like Stephen King hated Kubrick until the day he died.
I kind of loathe Stanley Kubrick.
I love
You know,
that movie.
Lolita is also, is one of the best novels ever written. And
Lolita, any movie adaptation of Lolita gets it very wrong because, like in the book, she clearly is not a willing participant.
Yeah.
She's constantly rebelling and trying to get away from the guy who's clearly a pedophilic predator. But in the movies, they always turn it into this weird sexual fantasy.
That's what Kubrick's version did. Yeah, Kubrick's version is
there's been a few
horrible.
versions and they all make that mistake.
The other version, it kind of got it close. The one where Jeremy Irons is Humbert. The Adrian Lynn version.
Like in the book, he's clearly like a monster.
Yeah, I think that came
just a fucking horrifying person.
That comes across in the Adrian Lynn Jeremy Irons version. It's not perfect, but it's 100 times better than the Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick version is garbage.
Dr. Strangelove?
Yeah, that's probably the only Kubrick film that I like.
I liked Full Metal Jacket and 2001: A Space Odyssey. As I recall, 2001: A Space Odyssey is based on a book, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, I haven't gotten around to reading the book, but I
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, that's interesting. It's almost like 2 separate movies. It's like the first one about the the training, the boot camp,
Mhm.
which it has that really epic scene, and I like it. And then the second part of Full Metal Jacket I don't like as much.
I like it for the allegory because, like, soldiers in basic, especially in Vietnam, they got lied to a lot. And one of the first things that happens when he goes over there is he realizes that he's been lied to. Like when he goes and talks to the soldiers and they're like, "Hey, we've got a guy you can interview. It's a fucking dead guy on the ground," and they all laugh at him over it because they've all been desensitized, and it shows like the mental damage of war. But I think a better movie for that particular allegory is the original All Quiet on the Western Front.
Oh, yeah.
The remakes never really got it right. The first one really had it down because all the people who acted in that movie, the people who wrote the script, were all people who were in World War One, and a lot of them were German soldiers. So when they have him like go back home to Germany, and everybody tells him he's lying when he says that they're all starving and cold on the front, and they go, "You don't know what you're talking about because the paper says that's why we're giving up our rations and our clothes. It's to make sure the boys on the front have the best available stuff." And like the papers all say like everything's quiet on the Western Front because they don't want to admit they're losing. Like that's a way better movie for that kind of feeling than Full Metal Jacket was.
Yeah.
But the first half of Full Metal Jacket.
Do you know the bridge, Die Brücke?
Say that again.
It's the classic German film, The Bridge.
No, I don't.
Die Brücke. Basically, it's a toward the end of the Second World War, when the the adult German forces were depleted, and so they were having the teenagers enlist. So it's like a late war story of these maybe 14, 15-year-old boys who are being called up to defend their hometown, and especially to defend this bridge against being attacked by the Allies. So it's very much about innocent boys being called into war, and like the futility of defending something that is ultimately going to be indefensible, but they still have this attitude of supporting their friends.
That's how All Quiet on the Western Front starts. It's like the Paul and his friends in class, and this guy comes in. I think his teachers talk to him. He's like, "Who will volunteer? Do the honorable thing. Be a hero for your country." And he's filling him up with all these lies about how there's all this glory on the front. And one of the first things he does when he comes back home is go talk to that teacher, because he's like, "Hey, one of my students came back from the war. Why don't you tell everybody what it's like?" And he's honest. And he's like, "It's hell over there. We're starving. We're cold. There's no glory in this. There's no honor. There's no reason behind the death." And the teacher tries to tell him it's treasonous. And he's like, "It's your fault that we're there." Like, that was such a cool scene to me. Like, such a good, like, pertinent scene. But, damn. Have you seen Men Behind the Sun? You ever watch that? Or, like, Men Behind the Knife? There's a bunch of different names for it.
I've never heard of that one.
It's a movie about a Japanese regiment that was in China. It's like Unit 732 or something like that. I can't remember the numbers. And it was just like they would do these horrifying experiments on people. They would take
Heard of the unit.
prisoners of war, Chinese people, and they would infect them with diseases on purpose. They would force people to like sleep together so they could see what like syphilis would do to somebody. They would cut them open while they were still awake to see what was happening to their organs. Freeze people's arms and then try to de-thaw them to see how to fix frostbite. Like they just tortured people basically for like a year. And
it was in Korea though, I believe, not China.
No, that one was in China because they were set up short outside of Nanking, because they called the Chinese people logs, and they did that specifically to desensitize the Japanese soldiers, to say like, these aren't people, they're logs. They're just like there to burn. They're not really all that important. Like, you don't look at them as people. And the movie follows a youth regiment of Japanese kids who are like interested in joining the military, I guess, or they are in the military. It's been a minute since I've read it or seen it, but it's the real unit. When the Allies were going to come and like liberate it, they killed everybody they had there. Nobody survived. And the guy who ran that unit lived until he was in his 70s, died of stomach cancer or colon cancer, because he cut a deal with the Allies to give them the paperwork that he had that hadn't been burnt, to give them like the research that he learned. Like he had planned to drop fleas with bubonic plague in clay jars so that when they hit the ground they'd explode and infect other people. It was one of the worst atrocities that Japan did in World War II on like a war crimey kind of scale. And a lot of people didn't even know it was happening because of how they like hid the regiment and what they did, because they claimed they were just like a woodworking company or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was some kind of mill, but they were really doing like horrifying experiments. They would put people in like pressure chambers and see how much pressure the human body could take before somebody died. Like it was horrible. But the movie, I think it was made in the 60s. So like because the special effects aren't super great, there's parts of it that are supposed to be really bad that are kind of comical because the special effects are terrible, but it still gets the point across of like how bad that really was. You can find it in full on YouTube for free. Somebody uploaded it and YouTube still hasn't taken it down. But like you can do that with a Serbian film too. There's a lot of like disturbing quote unquote movies that you can find on YouTube. Like that's how I watched Salo the first time I ever saw it. I go out of my way to find like disturbing films, like really fucked up movies, because like I'm actually not really sure why. I think it's just because I want to see like, can I handle it? So like the worst one I've ever seen was Salo. But like everybody, if you look into like disturbing films, everybody always mentions the Serbian film, and like yeah, that one was bad, but there's a lot worse out there. And I like to find them because those just appeal to me.
Can I interrupt you to tell you this? I have a habit. I used to look up live leaks, and now I look
I
at.
used to go into like Live Leak, Best Score. I used to go to all those sites.
Yeah, and there's other places you go to now, and it's sort of like forcing
I
myself
think
to
you're covering up your
confront.
mic. You're kind of fuzzy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forcing myself to confront some of the most horrible things that are out there. You know, scenes of
Have you
torture.
seen? Have you gone to Best Score recently?
Well, let me just finish my one point real quick.
Sure.
It's actually real. There's a site called Real League that I've been to lately, and what has really disturbed me, and I sort of never have ceased to be shocked by this, is that like a lot of other people are there because they think it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's always
Yeah.
been kind of weird to me.
And
Like,
so,
I remember one of the things that really hit me very pertinently on Best Score, because I used to go for the news side of it, because when you read about like death news, there are things you learn in roundabout ways that you don't learn when you like watch the news. Like if you don't keep up with like the gore side of the internet, you wouldn't know that there's a war between two cartels going on close to the southern border, between the CNGR and the Sinaloa cartels. And that could be really, really dangerous because the CNGR are properly like military trained and they have American military arms. And those people are turbo sadists. So like I would have never known that if I didn't keep up with this. But if you go to Best Score right now, the guy has completely wiped all the gore stuff from it, and he maintains the IP so that nobody can buy it and use it the way he used to. And now he like lives in the forest alone, and he posts pictures of like animals that he sees and like mushrooms and stuff. And there's a foreword when you go on there that says like, if you came here for gore, that's not here anymore. I've decided I want to move past that and live a healthier life. It's a really nice thing to see, honestly, to see that guy move forward. Because of that site, because he lives in Canada, he had to fight several times in court to keep that site up. So his life was in turmoil because of that website. Like
have you ever been to that side of the internet, Jeremy, or not really?
Documenting reality, you have to pay in Bitcoin to watch videos now to like make an account. It's really weird.
I don't know. Maybe he can't hear me.
He's talking to somebody.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody
My
else.
mom was always. I found out they did a poll about 2 or 3 years ago, and asked like men who are into like gore sites who introduced you to them, and 85% of them said their mothers did when they were younger, and that's exactly how I got interested in. And I wonder why that's such a common phenomenon. Why like moms are the people getting their sons into looking at gore sites and stuff. I wonder why that
That's interesting. It certainly wasn't the case with me.
is.
Yeah,
I
think
still remember the first like cartel video I ever saw. Somebody showed it to me on church Wi-Fi. It was really weird.
yeah, the cartels tend to be worse than terrorists. Like the cartels are the most brutal torturers I've seen. Period.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
like whenever you see like ISIS videos, it's usually straightforward execution.
Yeah,
When
well-
you see like when you see a lot of them are, but when you see like the cartels, it's like burning people's faces until they melt. Like it's
Mhm.
they like chop people up into pieces. There's only ever been one cartel video that after finding context I didn't really get disturbed by anymore, and it was a video of a guy getting tore up by a pit bull. And it turned out that that guy was a known pedophile, and they had reported him to the police several times, but they wouldn't do anything about it. So the cartel took it into their own hands and got him with that dog because like he was still touching people's kids, and the cops wouldn't do anything about it. And that was the one time I saw one of those videos, and I was like, good, justified. Fuck that guy. He should have been in prison. But every other time, it's always been this like challenge to see if I could sit through it. And I think I used to do that a lot more when I was in a much more unhealthy place, like mentally. I used to just like to be in really like depressing kind of places because it just made me more comfortable. But I haven't really been into
I think
that
Jeremy's
very much
sound
in years.
is cut and he doesn't know it.
Oh, yeah, he's muted.
Can you hear us, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was
There you go.
muted there. Sorry.
Oh,
I was talking to my sister here a little bit.
Have you watched any of the Ari Aster's films?
The what? Sorry.
Ari Aster, he's a director. He made Hereditary, Midsummer, and then like this year he made a movie called Beau's Afraid that had Joaquin Phoenix in it.
No, I haven't. No.
He also made a short film a few years ago that was really big on YouTube called There's Something Strange About the Johnsons. Like he as a director, he just knows how to hit all the right buttons for like disturbing movies that can be widely appreciated. So like Hereditary is a movie about grief and moving on after the death of a loved one, but there's like a cult involved, and it's like the Midsummer was inspired by 16 Candles because it's a breakup movie, but because it's Ari Aster, like a bunch of people die. But my favorite thing about his movies is that it's called light horror, and what that is.
to interrupt one more
watch horror
time, I'm going to
movies
try to go to bed again. All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
When you watch horror movies, normally they're all in the dark, right? Everything's very dark and spooky. His movies are so much more unsettling because it happens during the day. It's always light outside.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I love it.
That's a good point.
Oh, I should probably be getting in to go to eat.
Yeah, very unsettling movies that happen in the light are very interesting.
Oh. Midsummer is a great movie, but it's an anxious movie to watch. It's like there's an Adestupa that they do not curve away from. If you don't know what that is, there is a supposed Viking tradition that we don't actually have any evidence for, where like when old people would get really old, they would throw themselves off cliffs to die with glory so they could go to Valhalla. And they do that with two people, and they do not shy away from it. The first one's a lady, and she jumps, and her head hits a rock, and her like whole face peels off, and they show it in slow motion. And then the guy jumps legs first, and then they have to put him out of his misery. And they don't warn you about it. If you've never heard the word Adestupa, you will not understand the warning. They don't warn the main character about it. Like through that whole movie, she's like being like mentally abused by everyone around her, and it's like the first time it's scary. The second time watching it is really sad because you know everything that's gonna happen. But it's a fucking awesome movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Hereditary's up there too. That's a really good one.
All right, man. I'll put it on my list to watch for sure.
I'll
I think
see you
this
around
I think this
noon.
is wound down, Eric. We had a lot of good talk, but I think this is a good time to call that, eh?
Yeah, man.
First not back.
Yeah, I gotta go in and get my fish off the grill before it turns into jerky.
Talk to you next
I'll see you
time,
around.
man. Ciao.